Yeah, you want to lead it? Okay. Now we'll get started here in a second. As soon as Jess gets up here, we'll be ready to go. 150 today, sounds like. 150. Okay. Perfect, perfect. We should make a new rule, yeah. Get him in here by noon. Welcome in, all the way from Lummi Island over there. You made it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Woo! We need to get it. What's the back tag on that little calf there, Shorty? 289. All right, welcome in everybody. Happy Valentine's Day. Got ourselves a 3-week-old Simmental Angus Cross calf here. Had his colostrum. Been on the bottle, drinking really good. All right, here we go. What do you want to be here? That'll be 500. That'll be 500. That'll be 500. That'll be 300. That'll be 333. Now 3. That'll be 2. That'll be 3. That'll be 300. That'll be 2. That'll be 300 here. That'll be 3. That'll be 400. That'll be 4 here. 350. 350 here. That'll be 350 here. That'll be 400 here. That'll be 4. That'll be 450. That'll be 450 here. Michael, you want to be 450? That'll be 450. 450. 400. That'll be 50 here. That'll be 50 here. That'll be all in, all done, all in, all done. What? You got 450? Yeah, he's already in. He's 400. Okay, we're good. 400 your way. 495. Yeah. Yep. Here we go. Got a heifer here. Oh, it's got a red mark on it. Here we go. What do you want to do? 250 here. $2 here. That'll be two and a half. Now $2.50. $2 here. That'll be $2.50. That'll be 555. That'll be 555. That'll be 205. That'll be 7. That'll be 10. That'll be 12 and a half. That'll be 15. Now 217 and that'll be 220. That'll be 222. That'll be 222. That'll be 225. That'll be 227 and a half. 227. That'll be 230. Now 232. That'll be 232 and that'll be 235. That'll be 237 and that'll be 237 and a half. That'll be 240. Now 242 and a half. 242, that'll be 245, that'll be 247 hand, that'll be 247 hand, that'll be 50, that'll be 52 and a hand, that'll be 255, 252 and a hand, that'll be 255, 252 and a hand, that'll be 255, that'll be 252, that'll be 252, that'll be 255 here, that'll be 252 and a half and 5, 250, that'll be 252 and a hand, gonna be 5, sold it to you, 252 and a half right there, put it on 250.33. Sweet little calf here, 337. Bull calf, 337 in the ring. $1,000 here. Be 1,000 here. Be 1,100. Be 1,100 here. Be 1,100 here. Be 1,100. Now 1,100. Now 11. Be 12. Be 12. 12. 13. Be 14 here. Be 15 here. Be 1,600. Be 1,600. 1550. 1550. Be 1,600. Be 16. You say it. Be 16. Be 1625. Be 1625. Now 1625. 1620. Be 16 here. Be 1625. 500. Be 1600. Be 1625. Now 1625, all in, all done. It'll be 1600, Mike. 63. Thank you. Here we go. Free Martin. $2 here. $2. 75. 175. 150. 150. $1. 105. 110. 120. 130 here. 130 here. 135. 140. 145. 145 here. 145. 155. 155, 160 here, 155, 150 here, 155, 160 here, 160, 155, 60 here, 155, 160, 175, 170 here, 175, 175, 180 here, 180 here, 180, 180, 180, 185, 185, 182 and a half. Did you say 182 and a half? Going to be 185, sir. 185, sir. Sold it to you, 182 and a half. Put it on 131. Is that what they're 131? Here we go, ripping calf here, another bull here, 15, 1500, 16, now 17, now 17, 16, 17, 18, 18, now 17 and a quarter, 17, 25, 17, 25, 17, 25, 17 here, 17, 25, where, 17, 25, 17, 25, all in, all done, sold it to you $1,700, put it on 250 by 15, 250 by 15, thank you. Looks like a heifer from here. $339 in the ring here. 339. 339. Here we go. Hey. $3 here. 250. 250 here, right there. Not 2.5. 250. 260 here. 260. 250. 60 here. 250. Hang to be 60. 250. 60. Where? 250. 60 here. 250. Hang to be 60. 250. 60 here. 60 right there. 62 and hang to be 65. 257 hang to be 270 here. Let me be 270, 70, 70, let me be 272 and a hang, let me be 275, 55, 277 and a half, 270, let me be 280 here, let me be 277 and a hand, let me be 280 here, let me be 280, 80, gotta be 282 and a hand, let me be 285, 285, 285, let me be 285, let me be 287 and let me be 290, let me be 290, 90, 287 and a hand, let me be 290, 287 and a half, now 90, 287 and let me be 290, where let me be 290, let me be 290, let me be all in, all done, all sold it to you, 287 and a half up top there. 376, 376, thank you. A little lighter here. One more time around here. 33, 333 here. Hey, $2. $2.50 here. 250 here. 250. $2. $2 here. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. $2 here. 2 and a half. 5. 5. Who do you got over here? 205. 205 right there. 205. Then I'm going to be 207 and I'm going to be 210. Then I'm going to be 212 and a hang. I'm going to do 12 and a half. 15. Now 215. 217 and I'm going to be 220. Then I'm going to be 220. Then I'm going to be 222 and I'm going to be 222 and hang. I'm going to be 225. I'm going to be 227 and a half. 227 and a half. Now 30. Now 32 and I'm going to be 232 and I'm going to be 232 and I'm going to be 235. Then I'm going to be 237 and a half. I'm going to be 237 and a half here. Now 40. Now 42 and a half. I'm going to be 42 and a half here. Then I'm going to be 245. Then I'm going to be 47 and a half. Then I'm going to be 50 here. Then I'm going to be 52 and a half. 55. 255. 250. I'm going to be 252 and a half. 255. I'm going to be 257 and a half. I'm going to be 257 and a half. 257 and a half. 257 and a half. I'm going to be 255. I'm going to be 257 and a half. 255. 57 and a half. 255. I'm going to be all in, all done, all in. I'll sold it to you 255 your way. 51, buyer 51, thank you. 251, buyer 251. Little heifer here, little tiger stripe heifer here. That'll be $2. 222. That'll be 150. 150 where? 150 and 152 here now. 152 and a half. 152 and that'll be 155. Trenton, you got this guy in the doorway. 155, 157 a hand, 157 a hand, 160 here, 172 a hand, 175, 167 a half, 170, 172 a hand, 175, 177 a hand, 180 here, 182 a hand, 185, 87 a half, now 87, 190, 192 a hand, 195, 197 a hand, $2, $2 and a half, now 2.5, now 5, 2 and a half here, 5, 5, 5, 5, 2 and a half, 5 here, 2 and a half, there now 5, now 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 15, 217 and a half up top, 217 and a half, 217 and a half, 20, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 220 here, 222 and a half, 225, 27 and a half, now 27 and 225, 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, sold it to you, 225, 80 straight. Send her to the vet. Send it to the vet. Here's a nice steer here. Let's get a back tag on him. 309 here. Delane cattle here. It'll be $3 here. $3 there. Thank you. 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 and a half here, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 3, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, where 3 here, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, thank you, now 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half here, 305, 7 and a half, 305, going to be 307 and a half, 307 and a half, 305, 307 and a half, 307 and a half, all in, all done. All in, all done. 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, it'll be 315, it'll be 17, it'll be 20, it'll be 22 and a half, it'll be 25, it'll be 27 and a half, 327 and a half. Now 327 sold it to you, 325, Aaron, and 102, 102, thank you. Steer here, $2 here, $2, gonna be 150, 150. Now 52 to hand, gonna be 150, 52 to hand, 155, 157 to hand, 160 here, gonna be 160, 160, 160 here, gonna be 132 to hand, gonna be 135, 135, 135, gonna be 137 and a half, 167 and a half, 167 and a half, gonna be 167 and a half, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, half, 135, 167 and a half, 167 and a half. Y'all done up there, sir? That'll be 135, that'll be 137 and a half. 170, 172, that'll be 172 and a half, and that'll be 172 and a half. Sold it to you, 170 right there. Put it on 623. 170, 623. Here we go. Let's see back tag on it. 308. Here we go. It'll be 250. It'll be 52 and 55. It'll be 57 and 60 here. It'll be 52 and a half. Now 65. 267. It'll be 267 and a half. It'll be 265. It'll be 267 and a half. It'll be 270. It'll be 270. It'll be 272 and a half. It'll be 275. 275. 77 and a half. Now 280 here. It'll be 280. It'll be 282 and it'll be 285. It'll be 285. It'll be 287 and a half. It'll be 290. 290. 290 here. It'll be 92 and a half. It'll be 295. It'll be 295. It'll be 297 and a half. It'll be 297 and a half. It'll be 295. Going to be 297 and a half, 295, that'll be 296, sir, that'll be 296 here, that'll be 296, 295, 6 where, 297, that'll be 297, that'll be 298 here, going to be 299, 299, that'll be 333, and that'll be 301, that'll be 2, that'll be 3, that'll be 33, now 4, that'll be 5, that'll be 305, that'll be 6 here, and going to be 307, now 307, 8, now 8 here, that'll be 309, that'll be 10, 10, 10, that'll be 11, that'll be 11, going to be 312, that'll be 312, that'll be 13, 314, 315, that'll be 16 here, that'll be 37, that'll be 218, gonna be 219, it's gonna be 220, it's gonna be 221, it's gonna be 222, 22, gonna be 223, 323, now 4, now 5, it's gonna be 6 here, it's gonna be 6 here, it's gonna be 327, it's gonna be 220, it's gonna be 229, 99, gonna be 330, 331, 331, it's gonna be 330, it's gonna be 331, 1, it's gonna be 331, 1, it's gonna be 330, it's gonna be 331, 330 here now 1, 330, it's gonna be 331, all in all done, sold it to you 330, 102, 330, 102. Here, nice blonde steer here. 250, 250. Here's the steer here. He said it'll be 255. It'll be 255. Gonna be 255. Gonna be 60 here. Gonna be 235. Gonna be 270. Now 275. 280. It'll be 80 and 85. It'll be 90 here. It'll be 290. It'll be 290. Gonna be 295. 295. 290 here. It'll be 295. 55. It'll be 295. It'll be $3 here. It'll be 302 and a half. Now 305. It'll be 7 and it'll be 10. It'll be 12 and 18. It'll be 12 and a half. It'll be 15. 15. 17 and a half. Now 20. It'll be 20. It'll be 22 and it'll be 320, it'll be 322 and a half, 320 here, it'll be 322 and it'll be 322 and a half, 320, 322 and a half, all in, all done, sold it to you 320, 376, 376, thank you. Hey, you're in a good heifer here. 285. 285. 250. 275. 277. 277 half. Now 280. Now 282. 285. 290 here. Going to be 290. Now 292. Going to be 292. Going to be 295. Going to be 297 and a half. And have it until it'll be 297 and a half. 3. Now 333, and it'll be 302, it'll be 302 and a half, 302 and a half, it'll be got $3 here, it'll be 302 and a half, it'll be 2 and a half, 3 2 and a half, 3 2 and a half, 3 2 and a half, it'll be 302 and a half, it'll be 302 and a half, it'll be all in, all done, all sold it to you $3 right there, 250 on 33, 250 on 33. And black steer here. $3 here. 3, thank you. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Now 2 and a half. Now it'll be 2 and a half. And it'll be 2 and a half. Here. It'll be 2 and a half. 3 and a half. 3 2 and a half. Now 2 and a half. It'll be 2 and a half. Here. It'll be 2 and a half. Here. It'll be 3 and a half. 2 and a half. It'll be 2 and a half. 3 2 and a half. 3 2 and a half. All in, all done. All in, all done. 2 and a half. Here. It'll be 305. It'll be 307 and a half. Now 307 and a half. 307 and a half. It'll be 305. You gotta be 307 and a half here, sir. It'll be 307 and a half. It'll be 310. 310. It'll be 312 and a half. It'll be 10. It'll be 12 and a half. It'll be a little quicker than that. You want to do it? 312 and a half. 312 and a half. 310. It'll be sold it to you 310. 102. Hereford. Looks like it's marked as a bull. Hereford bull. Looks like a stag. Looks like a stag here. You got an X on him. Here we go. 125. 125 here. Now 125, 30, 135, 140. 45. 50. 50. 155, 60 here. 160 here. 160. 165. 165. 170. 170. 175 here. It'll be 180. Gonna be 185. 190. 190 here. It'll be 185. It'll be 190. It'll be 190, 90, 90. What there? It's gonna be 195, 5. You do it $2. Now 2 2 and it'll be 5. It'll be 5. Gonna be 210. Gonna be 215, 220, 225. It'll be 230. It'll be 2. It'll be 235, 5. 235 here. Gonna be 230. Gonna be 235, 235, 230. It'll be 235, 5. It'll be 230. It'll be 235, 5. It'll be 235. Gonna be 235, 230, 35. All in, all done. All in, all done. Sold at 230. Riders Way 627, 627. Thank you. 230. Hey, little horned heifer here. Hey. What's the number here? 346 in the ring. Buck 50 here. 50 right there. 152. Put it on the scale when you get a chance. 152 and gonna be 155. 157 and gonna be 160. 160 and 152. 135. 137 and gonna be 170. Gonna be 132 and gonna be 135. Gonna be 137 and 180. Now 182 and a half. 182 and gonna be 185. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 187 and a half. Gonna be 190. Gonna be 192 and a half. Gonna be 195. Gonna be 197 and a half and $2. Now 2. Gonna be 2. 205. Gonna be 205. 210. Gonna be 210. 215. 215. Gonna be 210. Gonna be 215 here. Gonna be 210. Gonna be 215. 210. 215 where? Gonna be 210. Gonna be 215. 210. Who to be 215? 210. Gonna be 215. 10. Gonna be 210. Gonna be 215. 210. 15. Gonna be 210. Gonna be 15. All in all done. 210 your way. 000 210. 8-month spread. 310 in the ring. 310 in the ring. 8-month spread. No idea what she's bred to. Here we go. What do you want to do here? Do we know what she's bred to? Nice work. 8 months bred here. 2,000 by the head. 2,000. 2,000 here. 2,000 here. 2,000. 2,000. Thank you. 21 here. Here we go. 21. Going to be 22. Now 3. Now 23. 24 here. 25. You said that. 25. Going to be 25. 24. 25. Yes. 25, 6 here, 25 and a half, 25 and a half here, 2600, now 2600, 25, 600, 2600, 25 and a half, 600, 2600, 25 and a half, 2600 here, 25 and a half, 2600, 25 and a half, 2600, 25 and a half, going to be 26, 25 and a half, going to be 2600, you did it now, the 26 and a half, going to be 26 and a half, now 26 and a half, how about a quarter, 26 and a quarter, going to be 26 and a half, 2650, 2650, 2650, 2650. Sold it to you at 26 and a quarter your way. 614. Thank you. 614. Here we go, black bull here. $2 here. $2, 180, 180, 180 here. 182, 185, 187, 190, 195, 197 and a half. $2 here. $2, 2, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half here. Going to be 210. Now 210. Going to be 212 and a half. Going to be 215 here. Going to be 217 and a half. Going to be 220. Going to be 222 and a half. 225. 2, going to be 225. Going to be 227. Going to be 230. Going to be 230. Going to be 232 and a half. Going to be 232 and a half. Going to be 235, 235, 235. I'm going to be 237 and I'm going to be 240 here. I'm going to be 237 and I'm going to be 40 here. And 237 and I'm going to be 40. 237 and a half, 40. 237 I'm going to be 40. Where? I'm going to be 230. I'm going to be 240. I'm going to be 237 and I'm going to be 240 here. I'm going to be 237 and a half and 40. 237 and a half, 40. All in, all done. Sold at 237 and a half right there. 220, 220. Thank you. $3 here. It says it's a Limb Flex bull here. It's from Gavette's right across the street there from Stony Ridge. Good breeding here. Nice fancy bull here. What do you want to do here is a Limb Flex. Hey, $3 here. $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, thank you. Now the little bit $3.05, then it'll be $5, then it'll be $3 here, it'll be $5, now $5, $3.5, then it'll be $5, then it'll be $3, then it'll be $5, $5, then it'll be $3.10, then it'll be $3.10, it'll be $3.10, $3.10, then it'll be there it is, 15, then it'll be $3.15, then it'll be $3.20, now $3.20, $3.22, then it'll be $3.25, then it'll be $3.27, then it'll be $3.27 and $3.25, going to be $2.27 and a half, and 30 here, then it'll be 30, then it'll be $3.20, then it'll be 30 here, going to be $3.27 and a half, 30, $3.27 and a half, 30, $3.20, then it'll be 30, 30, 30, then it'll be $3.32 and then it'll be $3.32 and a half, here going to be $3.35, $3.35, $37 and a half, now $37 and a half, then it'll be 40, then it'll be $3.42 and then it'll be $3.42 and a half, going to be $3.45, $3.47 and a half, $3.47 and then it'll be 50 here, then it'll be 50, 50, 50, then it'll be $3.47 and a half, then it'll be 50, $3.47 and a half, 50, $3.40, then it'll be 37, then it'll be 50, 50, 50, $3.47 and a half, and 50. Am I all done here? Sold it to you $3.47 and a half. Put it on 220, $3.47 and a half, 220. Here we go, white char steer here, char craw, $2, now $5, $2.50, $2.55, I'm gonna be $2.80, gonna be $2.85, now $2.70, $2.70 here, gonna be $2.75, $2.80 here, gonna be $2.85, gonna be $2.90, $2.95, $3 here, gonna be $3.05, gonna be $10, gonna be $10, gonna be $3.15, now $3.15, $3.05, gonna be $3.15, gonna be $3.05, you bidding, sir? $3.05, gonna be $3.15 here, gonna be $3.05, who'd have been $3.15, $3.15, they're now $3.20, $3.20, gonna be 20, 20, 20, then gonna be 320, then gonna be 325 high, then gonna be 325, gonna be 330, 330, 325 here, then gonna be 330, then gonna be 330, then gonna be 30, 30, then gonna be 330, gonna be 335, 335, 335, 335, 40, then gonna be 40, then gonna be 45, then gonna be 345 high, then gonna be 345 high, gonna be 350, 350, 355, 355, then gonna be 350 your way, then gonna be 355 high, then gonna be 350, then gonna be 355 high, then gonna be 350, now 355, 355, all in, all done. Sold it to you, 350, Chuck. Let me write your number down. 251, did you say? 251. Well, we need a back tag on it. 347 in the ring. Here we go. What do you want to do here? A nice rope and steer here. If you can catch him, you're impressive here. He's going to be fast. He's going to be fan. $2 here. 222. 222. 222. 150. 150. 150. 150 here. The scale is open. $1 here. 1 2 and a half. 105. Now 105. $1 105. 5 105. You say it. 105. 10. 110. 115. 120. Now 120. 120. 20. 125. Gonna be 130 here, then I'm gonna be 135, then I'm gonna be 140, and 145, I'm gonna be 145, I'm gonna be 140, and 145, 140 here, then I'm gonna be 145, I'm gonna be 145, then I'm gonna be 140, and then I'm gonna be 145, 140, 145, 140, then I'm gonna be 145, then I'm gonna be 145, then I'm gonna be 145, all in, all done. Sold it, 140 over there, 250, 33, 250, 33. Trenton. Get down where he can't see it. And he'll go over here. Get him over here now. There you go, Trenton. Get the door. Adios. He wasn't like that at home. Black Bull here. $3 here. $3 here. Now three. 285. 285 here. Gonna be 285. 250. 250 here. 50 here. $2 here. 222. Now 2. Thank you. Now 205. 205. 5. $2 here, then I'm going to be 5 here, going to be 2 and 5, 205, then I'm going to be 5, 10, then I'm going to be 15, then I'm going to be 20, then I'm going to be 220, 225, 225, 230, then I'm going to be 30, 30, then I'm going to be 235, 5, then I'm going to be 240 here, I'm going to be 240, going to be 240, 245, 250, then I'm going to be 50, 50, 50, then I'm going to be 55, 5, then I'm going to be 285, going to be 260, 265, 265, then I'm going to be 260, then I'm going to be 265, then I'm going to get you 260, then I'm going to be 235, now 265, then I'm going to be 235, 5. Sold it to you 260 your way. 623, 623. Thank you. 186, 189, 187. Here we go. What do you heifers here? $3 here. 285. Now 285. 285. 275, 260, is that what you're saying? 275, 265, going to be 270. Now 275, 275, 275, 275, 272, going to be 275, going to be 275, going to be 270, going to be 280. Now 280, 280 here, 282, going to be 285, going to be 285, going to be 287, going to be 287 half, 285, going to be 287 half, 285 Terry, you got somebody else here, 287 half, 287 going to be 287 half, 287 going to be 290, now 290, now 292, 292, going to be 295, 295, 297 half, there 295, 297 half, 297 half, 3, now 333, 3, 302, 5, going to be 305, going to be 305, now 7 half, now 10, now 10, going to be 10, 212, going to be 15, 15, 15, 315, 17 and a half, going to be 315, going to be 317 and a half, 315, 17 and a half, 315, going to be 317 and a half, going to be 315, going to be 317 and a half, going to be 317 and a half, all in, all done, sold them to you 315, put it on 131, 315, 131. Here you go, buy one or two, sell your choice. $3, 333. Now 3, 333 all the way. Got 3, be 2 and a half, 3, now 2 and a half. Now 5, now 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 22, 22 and a half, 322 and a half, 325, 325, 322 and a half, 325, 327 and a half, 330. Now 330, 332 and a half, 332 and a half, 330 here. 332 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 330 and 2 and a half, 330 and 2 and a half, 332 and a half, 332 and a half, all in, all done. Sold them 330, 131, 330, 131. Thank you. Same deal here. A little bit of $3 here. A little bit of 3. Thank you. A little bit of 2 and a half. A little bit of 3. A little bit of 2 and a half. 3 or 2 and a half. Now 5. Now 7 and a half. A little bit of 310. A little bit of 310. 315. A little bit of 318. A little bit of 315. 17 and a half. Now 320. A little bit of 20. A little bit of 322. A little bit of 325. 5. A little bit of 325. Here I'm going to be 327 and a half. 330. Now 330. A little bit of 32. A little bit of 332. A little bit of 335. 5. A little bit of 335. 337 and a half. 335, 337 and a half, 40, 340, 340, 40, 40, 37 and a half, 40, 337 and a half, 40, 337 and a half, 340, 40, 40, 40, 337 and a half, 40, now 40, 337 and a half, 40, right there, now 42 and a half, 342 and a half, 345, 347 and a half, 347 and a half, 350 here, 350, 50, now 52 and a half, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 50, 352 and a half, 355, 355, going to be 357 and a half, 357 and a half, 357 and a half. You want to do it here? And then I'm going to be 355, 57 and a half, 355, going to be 357 and a half. All in, all done. Sold them to you 355, 131, 355, 131. Thank you. Heifer. 285, 285, 50, 50, 50, that'll be 252 and a half. How about 55? That'll be 285, that'll be 260, 265, that'll be 270, that'll be 270, gonna be 275, 280, 280 here, that'll be 85, that'll be 285, gonna be 290 here, that'll be 290, 290, 285, that'll be 287, gonna be 290 here, that'll be 290, 287 and a half, 290, 287 and a half, 90, 287 and that'll be 290, that'll be 292 and a half, 292 and a half, 292 and a half, 295, 292 and a half, 295, 5, 295, 292 and a half, 295, 292 and a half, 295, 292 and a half, 295, 5, all in, all done. Sold them 292 and a half, put it on 250 on 33, 250 on 33, thank you. 325, 325, 325, $3 here, $3, now 2.5, 5, now 7.5, 310, 310, 10, Ron, are you 10, 12.5, 315, now 17, 20, 322, 225, 327.5, now 330, 330, yes sir, 332.5, 335, 335, and I'm going to be 337 and a half, I'm going to be 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 335, I'm going to be 337 and a half, I'm going to be 337 and a half, now 40, now 42 and a half, 42 and a half, I'm going to be 345, I'm going to be 345, 5, I'm going to be 345, 5, 5, 342, going to be 345, 2.5, 5, 342, and I'm going to be 345, 345, all in, all done, sold it to you 342 and a half right there, put it on 376. A little bigger here, 191. 275, 250, 250 right there, 255, 255 down 60, now 265, 270 here, 270, 275, 280, 280, now 280, 275, 277, 280 here, 282 and a half, 282 and a half, 285, 287, 290, now 292 and a half, 292 and a half, 5, 297 and a half, 297 and a half here, 3, now 3, now 3, 3, 2 and a half, 2 and a 5, now 5, 2 and a half and 5, 3 and a half, going to be 305, 5, 2 and a half, 5, 3 and a half, going to be 5, 302 and going to be 5, 5, 5, 5, all in, all done, all in, all done, sold them 302 and a half there, 250 by 33. Thank you. 232, 230, 226, and 229. Here we go. We got Skillman cattle here from the Dead End Ranch. Heifers. Grass fed. Nice looking 3 black heifers here. $3. Be 285, going to be 285, 287 and a half, 285. Good ones here. Going to be 290 here. Going to be 290. Going to be 292 and a half. 292 and a half. Going to be 295. 5. Going to be 295. Going to be 297 and a half. 297 and a half. Now $3 here. Going to be 33. Going to be 302 and a half. Going to be 302 and a half here. Going to be 305. Now 5. Now 5. 7 and a half. Going to be 10. 10. 10. Going to be 310. Going to be 312 and a half. 312 and a half. 315. Going to be 317 and a half. Half. Going to be 317 and going to be 320. 320. 317. Going to be 320. Where going to be 317 and a half. Going to be 320. 20. Going to be 320. 320. 317 and a half, going to be 320, where going to be 317 and a half, going to be 20, going to be 320, 322 and a half, 325, 325, 325, going to be 327 and a half, going to be 330, going to be 330, going to be 332 and a half, 332 and a half, 335, 335, 5, high, going to be 337 and a half, going to be 340, going to be 340 here, now 340 here, 337 and a half, 340, going to be 40, 40, 40, 337 and a half here now, 40, going to be 337 and a half, 40, 337 and a half, 40, 330, going to be 337 and a half, and 40 all in, all done. Sold them top corner there, 337 and a half. Put it on 609. Is that a 9? 609. Thank you. Thank you. Here we go. Same deal. Get 2 more. 2 more. Who could be 320? 320, 20, 320, $3 here, 3, now 3, now 3, $3, Malengo here, $3 here, going to be 285, 285, 285, thank you, 285, 290, 90, 90, 290 here, 285, now 90, same man's cattle, 285, 290 here, 290, 287 and a half, 287 and a half, 285, going to be 287 and a half, 290 here, going to be 290, going to be 292 and a half, 292 and a half, going to be 295, going to be 295, 5, going to be 297 and a half, 297 and a half, now 3, now 3, going to be 3, 3, 3, 3, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 3 and a half, 305, going to be 5, 5, 5, 307 and a half, now 7 and a half, going to be 307 and a half, going to be 10, going to be 10, 10, 10, going to be 310, 307 and a half, going to be 310, 310, 307 and a half, going to be 310, 10, 10, and 312 and a half, going to be 310, going to be 312 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 312 and a half, 310, 212 and a half. Now 315, 315, gonna be 315, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 320. Now 20, now 20, 20, 22, gonna be 25, 25, 25, 325, 327 and a half, 327 and a half. Now 320, gonna be 330 here, 30, 30, 30, gonna be 332 and a half, 330 here, gonna be 332 and a half. I got 30, 32 and a half, 330, 332 and a half, 332 and a half. All in, all done, all in, all done. Right up here, 330. Put it on, 619, 619. Thank you. Back tag two. Oh, you want to go 280 on him? Here we go. Skillman cattle still here. 280, 282, 285, going to be 287 and a half, 290, 292, going to be 295, going to be 297 and a half, going to be $3 here, going to be 302 and a half, going to be 305, 5, 307 and a half, 307 and a half, 307, going to be 210, 312 and a half, going to be 312 and a half, going to be 315, going to be 317 and a half, 320, 322 and a half, going to be 325, going to be 327 and a half, going to be 330, 330, 332 and a half, 335, 7 and a half, going to be 337 and a half, going to be 40, going to be 42 and a half, going to be 45, 42 and a half, going to be 45, 342 and a half, 45, 342 and a half, going to be 345, 5, 342 and a half, going to be 345, 342 and a half, 345, 342 and a half, going to be 345, 5, all in, all done, 342 and a half. Sold it to you, 342 and a half, your way. 604, 604, thank you. Here we go, a little smaller one. Same man's cattle here. $4 here. $4 here. Four. Nice little heifer. Nice little heifer here. $4. $4 here. Going to be 4. 350. 350 here. 50. What's that? You got it. 325. Is that what I'm seeing? It's going to be 325. Going to be 330. Now 30. 335. 335. Going to be 335. Going to be 40. Going to be 345. 5. Going to be 345. 5. Going to be 345. Going to be 350. Now 55. Now 55. It'll be 55. It'll be 52. Now it'll be 355. 5. Going to be 357 and a half. 357 and a half. Now 360. 362. It'll be 332 and a half. 335. Going to be 335. Going to be 367 and a half. Going to be 370. 370. 367 and a half. 370. 367 and a half. 370 here. Little bit 37 and a half, going to be 70. 367 and a half, 370 here, going to be 337 and a half and 70. 367 and a half and 70, all in, all done. Sold it 367 and a half, 131. 367 and a half, 131. Thank you. Is this 231 in the ring? Here we go. Same man's cattle here. $3 here. Good heifer. Good heifer. Good heifer here. $3. $3 here. $285. 285. 285. 285. 287. 287 and a half. 285. 287 and a half. 285. 87 and a half. 287 and a half. 287 and a half. 287 and a half. 287 and a half. 290. 290. 292 and a half. 292 and a half. 295, 5, going to be 295 here, going to be 297 and a half, 297 and a half, going to be 33, going to be 333, going to be $3 here, going to be 2 and a half, out 2 and a half, out 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 5, going to be 5, 5, 5, going to be 5, now 7 and a half, now 2, going to be 307 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 305, going to be 37 and a half, 305, going to be 37 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 305, going to be 307 and a half, all in, all done, sold them 305 your way, it's 131, 131, thank you. Here's a couple dandies right here. Beautiful black Angus open heifers here. What do you want to hey. Ready to breed or ready to be put on feed? Here we go. Hey. Good here. 285. 285. 5. 285. 287 half. 287 half. Right here. Now 90. Now 90 here. 290. 292. 295. 5. 295 here. 295. 297 half. Open okay. Now $3 here. It'll be 333. It'll be 302 and a half. It'll be 302. It'll be 305. Now 5. Now 5. 305. It'll be 307. It'll be 210. 10. It'll be going to be 310, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, half, and 310, going to be 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 310, going to be 312 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, where 12 and a half, 315, going to be 315, going to be 315 up here in the corner here, going to be 315, 12 and a half, 15, 312 and a half, going to be 315, 10, going to be 315 here, 212 and a half, 15. I got you in 15, 315, going to be 212 and a half, 315 where 312, it'll be 315 here, it'll be 12, it'll be 15, 15, 15, 312 and a half, it'll be 315, 312 and a half, 315, all in, all done. Sold them to you 312 and a half, 619, 312 and a half, 619. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 head here, open heifers. Take them home, put a bull on them. Here you go. Here, getting 6 head, big time stuff here. 285, 285, 285, 285 here. Going to be 250. Now 255, 255. 285, 250 here. 285. You want to do a gate cut on how many? 275, 277 and a half. 277 and a half on all. 280, 280 all the way. 280 here, 280, 277 and a half, going to be 280, 270, 280 here, 280, 2 and a half, 282 and a half, 282 and a half, 285. 287 and a half, 287 and a half, 287 and a half, 286 here, 287, 286 here, going to be 287, 286 here, going to be 287, 286 here, going to be 287, where 287, going to be 288, here we go, 288, going to be 289, 289 here, now 290, now 290, 90, 91, 291, 92, 93, 94, 94, 95, 295, 295, 295, 6 here, 297, 297, going to be 298 here, going to be 299. 299, 299, $3 here, $3, $299, here, going to be $299, 3 where, 299, going to be 3, $3, going to be $299, $3 here, going to be 299, going to be 3, 299, 3, 299, 3, it'll be 301, it'll be 1, it'll be 111, it'll be $3 here, now 1, 301, 301, it'll be 111, it'll be $3 here, it'll be one more time, it'll be 301, it'll be 301, yes sir, now 2, 302, it'll be 1, it'll be 2, 2, it'll be 301, it'll be 2, 2, 2, all in, all done, sold them right there, 301 on 43, 301 on 43, thank you. Oh, here we go, we got the registered. These are going to be the Hovander heifers here, registered, we got papers in hand in the barn. They were in the vet office last I saw. You make it up front? These are fancy here, purebred Black Angus heifers, averaged out at 638 pounds last night. 638, yeah, we could throw them on again. Purebred, here we go. What do you want to do here? 350 here. 350, 350, 350, 350. We want one over here. You want to give me 350 or one? 352 and a half. Anybody want to beat that? It'll be 352 and a half all the way. How about $4 for one? $4 for one. 402 and a half. It'll be 402 and a half. It'll be 402 and a half. They're going to be 402. 405, 407 and a half, 407, it'll be 410, it'll be 412 and a half, it'll be 415 here, it'll be 417 and a half, it'll be 417, it'll be 420, 422 and a half, 422, it'll be 422 and a half, 420 here, it'll be 422, it'll be 422 and a half, 420 here, going to be 422 and a half, 422 and a half, 420, it'll be 422 and a half, it'll be 420, it'll be 422 and a half, 420, it'll be 422 and a half, 422 and a half, all in, all done, going to be 420 your way for one. Buyer number... I'll write you down. 614, buyer 614. Which one would you like? 198. Perfect. Two left here. 350. 350. 350. You want choice again? 350. 350 choice. 352 and a half. 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 Now 355. 355. 352 and a half. 357 and a half. Now 60. 360. 375. 375. 377 and a half. 370. Now 372 and a half. 375. 377 and a half. 380 here. 377 and a half. 380. 380. 380 here. 380. 377 and a half. 80. 377 and 80 here, 80, 377 and a half and 80, all in, all done. Sold at 377 and a half, 63, 377 and a half, 63. What are you thinking there, sir? Take them both, you betcha. What was the price on that last one? I know, but what did it add up to? 600 and something? I'll do it. Three Angus heifers. $2 here. $2. $2. Now 2. 185. 187. 190, 192 and a half, 195. Then I'm gonna be 197 and a half. Then I'm gonna be $2 here. Then I'm gonna be 2 and a half. Then I'm gonna be 205 here. Gonna be 27 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 15 up top, 17 and a half. You're 17 and a half, 220, 222 and a half, 225. 222 and a half up top. Gonna be 225 here. Then I'm gonna be 225 here. Gonna be 225. 225 there, sir, in the doorway. 225, 227 and a half. 230, 232, and I'm going to be 235, I'm going to be 237 and a half, and then I'm going to be 240, going to be 242 and a half, going to be 242 and a half, going to be 245, 247 and a half, 247 and a half, 250, 252 and a half, I'm going to be 255, going to be 257 and a half, going to be 260 here, going to be 232 and a half. 230 here, and I'm going to do that. Going to be 235. I'm going to be 237 and a half. I'm going to be 235. I'm going to be 237 and a half. I'm going to be 270. Now 272 and a half. 275. And I'm going to be 237 and a half. And I'm going to be 280 here. And I'm going to be 282 and a half. And I'm going to be 285. I'm going to be 287 and a half. 290. 292 and a half. I'm going to be 295. I'm going to be 297 and a half. 295. And I'm going to be 297 and a half here. Put them on feet. And I'm going to be 295. I'm going to be 297 and a half. Would have been 3. Now 2 and a half. Now 305. I'm going to be 7 and a half. I'm going to be 7 and a half. 305. I'm going to be 7 and a half. I'm going to be 210. 312 and a half. 310 here, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 310 here, going to be 212 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, all in, all done. Sold them 310 right over here, 258, 258, thank you. How about we sell the steer then? Selling the steer here. He's a little bigger. $3 here. Let's cut right to the chase. Now 3. Now 333. 285. 285 here. Now 285. 285. Thank you. 7 hand. 290 here. Going to be 292 and going to be 295. 97 and a half. Now 3. 2 and a half. 305, and going to be 7 and a half, and going to be 10, 10, 10, going to be 12 and a half, and going to be 12 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, 15, and going to be 317 and a half, going to be 320, going to be 222 and a half, going to be 225, 327 and a half, 330, 330, going to be 330 right there, 332 and a half, going to be 335, 5, going to be 337 and a half, going to be 340, 340, 340 here, going to be 340, and going to be 337 and a half, 40 where, and going to be 342 and a half, going to be 345, 345, 47 and a half, 350, 352 and a half, going to be 355, going to be 350. 357 and a half, 360 here, 360 here, going to be 362 and a half, 365, going to be 387 and a half, 385, going to be 387 and a half, 365, going to be 387 and a half, 365, going to be 387 and a half, 385, 87 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, all in, all done. Sold them 365, 611, 365, 611. Thank you. Straight, 611 straight. You got it. Let's sell the next biggest one there. Hey, selling the big one, heifer. $3 here. $3 2 and a half. Now 2 and a half. 305. 7 and a half. 10. 12 and a half. 15. 17 and a half. Here going to be 317 and a half. 15. 17 and a half. 315. 17 and a half. 315. 317 and a half. 315 and a half. 317 and a half. 315 going to be 317 and a half. 315. 17 and a half. 315 17 and a half. 315, the middle could be 317 and a half, 315, 17 and a half, 320. Terry, can you see him over there? 22 and a half. Now 25, 325, 27 and a half. The middle could be 330 here. The middle could be 330, 30, 30. Going to be 330, 30. Going to be 332 and a half, 332 and a half, 332 and a half, 335. The middle could be 337 and a half. The middle could be 335. Going to be 337 and a half, 335, 37 and a half, 335. The middle could be 337 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half. All in, all done. Sold them 335, 258, 335, 258. Thank you. Lightweight one here. 350 here. 350, 350, 350, 325. 325 right there. Going to be 327 and a half. 327 and a half. 325. 327 and a half. Half hand. 327 and a half. 325. Going to be 327 and a half. 327 and a half. 325. 327 and a half. 325. Going to be 327 and a half. 327 and a half. 320. 327 and a half, going to be 330, going to be 332 and a half, 335, 37 and a half, now 40, 340, going to be 42 and a half, going to be 342 and a half, their deal, going to be 342 and a half, 340, now 42 and a half, 42 and a half, all in, all done. Sold at 340. 251, 251. 290, 292, 291, 288 looks like. It's what? Oh, Turner Farms, the red tag one? The red steer, you mean? Red tagged one. Okay. Okay, let's sell 288 then. We want to do that or what? We'll sell 288. Red tagged one. It's the red tagged one. 291 on the ear tag. Back tag 288 is the one we're selling. 288. Okay. We got him. We got him. So this one here, $3 a pound, 305, 10, 50, 350, 350, 355, gonna be 355, gonna be 360 here, 335, gonna be 370, now 375, gonna be 380, 385, gonna be 380, gonna be 385, gonna be 390 here, gonna be 395, gonna be 395, now $4, 405, 410, gonna be 410, gonna be 415 here, gonna be 415, 415, yes sir. 415. You doing it? 420. 415. Going to be 415. Going to be 420. Now 425. Where are you at? They're 425. Going to be 430 here. Going to be 430. 435. 440. Now 445. 440, going to be 445, going to be 445, going to be 440, going to be 445, 442 and a half, going to be 445, going to be 445 here, 442 and a half, going to be 445, 445 up there, sir, 40, going to be 447 and a half, going to be 445, going to be 447 and a half, Greg, 447 and a half. 445, going to be 447 and a half, going to be 445, going to be 447 and a half, all in, all done. Sold it to you 445 right there. Buyer number 618, 618. Thank you. Here we go. $4 here. Four. Now 2.5. 4 2 4 5. 5 4 10 10 10. Who'd be 4 10? 4 7 4 10. Now 4 10 where? 4 7 4 10 10 10. Gonna be 4 10 here. Gonna be 4 10. 4 7 half 10. 4 7 4 10. 10. 4 7 4 10 10 10. Gonna be 4 10. Gonna be 4 12 and a half. 4 12 and a half. 4 15. 417 and a half, 20, 417 and a half, gonna be 420, 417 and a half, now 20, 417 and a half, 420, where 417 and a half, gonna be 420, 420, 417 and a half, now 20, now 22 and a half, now 22 and a half, gonna be 425, gonna be 427 and a half, gonna be 430, gonna be 432 and a half, 432 and a half. 430, it'll be 432 and a half, it'll be 430, it'll be 432 and a half, 430 now, 2.5, all in, all done. You bidding? 432 and a half. Now 435, 437 and a half, 437 and a half, 437 and a half. Yes, sir. 437 and a half, 440, 440. All in, all done. Sold them to you 437 and a half right there. Put it on 611, 611 straight. Thank you. Are you serious? Yeah. Wow, they're on two different haul stuff. Let's just sell them all together and weigh them separate. Yeah. $4 here, 405, 10, 410, 10, 410 here, 405 now 10, 45 10, 45 410, 10, 10, 410 here, 410, 47 half, 47 half, 4 7 half, 47 half, 405 7 half, 405 47 half, 405 7 half. 405, 7 half, 10. Now 12 and a half. It'll be 15. It'll be 17. It'll be 420. It'll be 422. It'll be 425. It'll be 427 and a half. 425, 427 and a half. 427 and a half. 425. It'll be 427 and a half. It'll be 425. It'll be 425. It'll be 427 and a half. 427 and a half. 427 and a half. Now 430. It'll be 32 and a half. 432 and a half. 432 and a half. 432 and a half. 430. 432 and a half. 432 and a half. 432 and a half. All in, all done. Sold them to you 430, 131, 430, 131. Yeah. There you go. Close the door, close the door. Need 293 out. Yeah. Scale's empty. Out the door. Send it around, send it around. 286 in the ring, 286 in the ring. What do we got here? Turner Farms. Here, it's gonna be $4. It's gonna be four. It's gonna be $4 here. Now four. 385. 385. 350 here. 350. Now 50. 350. Little calf here. 350. Where? 350. Do it. 350 here. Now 352 and a half. 350. 352 and a half. 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 355. 357 and a half. Now 357 and a half. 60. Now 60 here. 360. 357 and a half. Now 60. 57 and a half. 60 here. 60 here. All in all done. All in all done. Sold it to you. 357 and a half. I got your number right here. 251. 251. 357 and a half. 251. Looks like something on my side, huh? Selling two. Before 425. Want to do that? Before 25. What'd you say? Before 40. Before 42 and a half. Before 42 and a half. Is that what you said? You're four. Now two and a half. Now 5, 405, 7 and a half, 10, 410, 10, 10, 410, 12 and a half, 415, 417, 420 here, 420, 20, 417, 20, gonna be 417, I'm not 20, 420, 420 here, 417, 420, 20, gonna be 422 and a half, 422 and a half, now 425, 427 and a half, 421, gonna be 427 and a half, gonna be 430, 432 and a half, 432 and a half, gonna be 435, gonna be 437 and a half, gonna be 440 here, gonna be 442 and a half, 445, 447 and a half, gonna be 450, gonna be 452 and a half, gonna be 45, 457 and a half, gonna be 460 here, gonna be 462 and a half, 462 and a half, 462 and a half, gonna be 460, gonna be 462 and a half, 460, gonna be 462 and a half, now 462 and a half, 460, gonna be 462 and a half, gonna be 462 and a half, all in all done, all in all done. Sold them 460 right over here, 258, 258, thank you. Selling two, we said. Which one's the bull, Shorty? Which one's the bull? You want all three? Takes all three. Easy money, easy money. Okay, what do we got here? You still the Probst cattle? 327 in there. Okay, these ones are sired by an S&K bull, which would be right there, S&K Ranches, Knutson Bull. Winged 112825. They've had 2 rounds of shots. Pyramid 5, 7-way with pink eye. Their electric fence and feed bunk broke. Ready to go? Here we go. What do you want to do? Spin 'em around there. Spin 'em around here. 450 here. 450. 425. 425. $4. $5. 555. 405. 405. 405 here. 4 here. 405. 405. How about 4 2 and a hand? 4 2 and a hand. 4. I got you at 4. Need 2 and a hand. 4 2 and a half. 4 2 and a half right there. Now 405. 407 and a half, 407 and a half, it'll be 410, it'll be 412 and a half, it'll be 412, it'll be 412 and a half, it'll be 412 and a half, it'll be 415, 417 and a half, 417 and it'll be 420, it'll be 422 and it'll be 425, it'll be 427 and a half, 427 and a half, 427 and a half, it'll be 420, it'll be 427 and it'll be 425, it'll be 427 and a half, now 427 and a half, 430, 432 and a half, 430, it'll be 435, 437 and a half, 430, it'll be 437 and a half, 435, it'll be 437 and a half, 435 and 437 and a half. All in all done. Sold them 435, 364, I think it is. 364. On steers, 36. Well, call it 2, 3642. Here we go, another one here. Same man's cattle had all its shots here. Ready to be 450. 450 here. Be 450. $4 here. It'll be 405. Now 405. 405. It'll be 405. It'll be 405 here. It'll be 405. 405 there. Now 410. 415. 420. Now 425. It'll be 425. It'll be 430 here. It'll be 435. 435. 430. It'll be 435. It'll be 435 here. It'll be 435. 430 and 35. 430. It'll be 435. 55. All in, all done. All in, all done. Sold them full 430. 102. 430. 102. Big set here. $368, $367, $370, $372, $369, $371. What's that one right in front of you, Shorty, on the right, far right? Yep, you're pointing at it. $367. Got 8 in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like 7. We can cut one. You want to cut the little one? Is that what you're thinking? We can cut one. We'll see what happens here. Hey, what do you want to do? $4. 4. Now 4. Now 4. Be $4. Be $4. Thank you. Be 4. 2 and a half. Now 2 and a half. Be 4. 2 and a half. Be 4. 2 and a half. Now 2 and a half. Now 2 and a half. Be $4 here. Be 4. 2 and a half. I got you in. I need 2 and a half. Now 4. 2 and a half. Hey. Before 2 and a half, before 2 and a half, gonna be 405, 405, 7 and a half, 410, 12 and a half, it'll be 415, it'll be 415 here, now 415, 17 and a half, now 17, it'll be 14, it'll be 17 and a half, it'll be 415, gonna be 417 and a half, 415, it'll be 417 and a half, it'll be 415, gonna be 417 and a half, 415, 17 and a half, 415, it'll be and a half, you're in, and it'll be 17 and a half, it'll be 415, it'll be 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, all in, all done. Sold them 415 right there. Put it on, what's that number there? 618, 618. You want them all? You want to take them all, or you do want to cut one? One? Okay. You picking one out, or we gate cutting one out of there? Okay, gate cut one, please. All but one. There you go. Perfect. Good choice. $4.25, a little smaller here. $4, four. Now $4 here. $4 here. We get 385. 385. 385. 385 here. 385. 380. 380 where? 350 here. 350. Now 352 and a half. Here we go. 350. 2 to hand, 352 to hand, right there, it'll be 355, 355, and 355, 357 to hand, 360 here, it'll be 332 and a half, 365, 367 and a half, 370, 372, and it'll be 375, going to be 377 and a hand, it'll be 380 here, going to be 382 and a hand, going to be 385, going to be 387 and a half, 390, 390 here, 390 here, it'll be 390, going to be 392 and a half, 390 here, going to be 392 and a half, 392 and a half, 392 and a half, 390 here, it'll be 392 and a half. 392 and a half, 390, 92 and a half, 390 here, 392 and a half, 395, 392 and a half, going to be 395, 392, going to be 395, 95, 92, 95, all in all done. Sold it to you, 392 and a half, right there, 641, 641, thank you. Little guys here. 425, 425, $4 here, 4, 2 to hand, 4, 2 and a half, now 2 and a half, now 2 to hand, 4, 2 to hand, 4, 2 and a half, where 4, 2 and a half, 402 and a half, 402 and a half, now 5, 4, 5, 5, 5, 2 and a half, 4, 5, 4, he's in already, 95, 402 and a half, now 5, 402 and a half, 405, where 407 and a half, 407 and a half, and 410 here, going to be 412 and a half, 412 and a half, 412 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20. Now 22, then going to be 25, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 30, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, going to be 40, 42 and a half, going to be 45, 42 and a half, going to be 45. 442 and a half, going to be 445, 5, going to be 442 and a half, going to be 445, 442 and a half, 445, all in, all done. Sold them 442 and a half, 258. Here we go. Heifer, be $4, be $4, now 4, 385, 387 and a half, now 390, 392 to hand, going to be 395, going to be 397 and a half, going to be $4 here, going to be 4, 2 and a half, going to be 405. Anybody looking over here? 7 and a half, it'll be 10, it'll be 12 and a half, it'll be 14, it'll be 20, it'll be 12 and a half, it'll be 15, 417 and a half, 20, now 422 and a half, it'll be 425, 427 and a half, 30, it'll be 432 and a half, it'll be 435, 37 and a half, now 40, now 442 and a half, it'll be 445, 5, it'll be 447 and a half, here, it'll be 440, 442 and a half, 445, 47 and a half, it'll be 450, it'll be 452 and a half, 452 and a half, it'll be 455, 5, it'll be 457 and a half, it'll be 430 here, it'll be 432 and a half, 465, 465, it'll be 432 and a half, it'll be 435, 467 and a half, 435, going to be 437 and a half, 465, 67 and a half, 435, going to be 437 and a half, 435, all in, all done, sold them, 465, 63, 465, 63, thank you. Hey, you got a little set of Herefords here, rednecks, heifers. 285, 285, 5, 287, 290, 292, 295, 297 and a half, $3, 302 and a half, $3 here, going to be 302 and a half, going to be 305, going to be 307 and a half, going to be 310, going to be 310, 10, 310, 12 and a half, 315, 315, going to be 317 and a half, going to be 320, going to be 320, going to be 322 and a half, going to be 325, going to be 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 330, 332 and a half, 335, 337 and a half, 340, 342 and a half, 345, 342 and a half, 345, that'll be 347 and a half, hand, gonna be 347 and a half, 350, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, that'll be 355, 357 and a half, 360 here, 362 and a half, that'll be 362, that'll be 365, 367 and a half, 370, 372 and a half, 375, that'll be 377 and a half, 377 and a half, gonna be 380, 382 and a half, 387, gonna be 380, gonna be 385, gonna be 387 and a half, 385, gonna be 387 and a half, 390, 390 here, that'll be 390 here, that'll be 390 where, that'll be 387 and a half, that'll be 390, 387 and a half, 390, 392 and a half, 392 and a half, gonna be 395, 397 and a half, that'll be 397 and a half, 395, that'll be 397 and a half, you're 395, 397 and a half where, 395, gonna be 397 and a half, 395, that'll be 397 and a half, that'll be 395, that'll be 397 and a half, 397 and a half, all in, all done. Sold them 395, 80 straight, thank you. $360 in the ring, $360 in the ring. $1 $1 here, $1. 85, 85 cents here, 85, 90 here, 90, 90, who do we 90? Now 95, $1, 105, 110, 15, 20, 120, 120, 20, 20, gonna be 15, gonna be 120 here, gonna be 125, 125, gonna be 130, 135. 135, that'll be 130, that'll be 135, gonna be 140. We're selling it by the pound, 145, 145 by the pound, 150 here, that'll be 155, gonna be 155, 150 up top, that'll be 155 here, yep, 155 up, 150 up top, 155, 160, 165, gonna be 170, gonna be 135, gonna be 135, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 185, 190, 195, $2, 205, 210, 215, that'll be 210, that'll be 215 here, 210, 215. 210, that'll be 215. Where is it? It'll be 210. It'll be 215. Here, gonna be 210, 215, 210, 15. All in, all done. 210, 15. Sold at 210 your way up top. 635, 635. It's a half for here. $4. Thank you. 2.5. 2.5. Or here gonna be 2.5. 2.5. 405. 407 and a half. 410. 412 and a half. 412 and a half. Gonna be 415. Gonna be 412 and a half. Gonna be 415. 415. Gonna be 412. Gonna be 415 here. Gonna be 412. Gonna be 415 here. Gonna be 412. 415. Gonna be 412. Gonna be 415 here. Gonna be 412. 415. 415, 412 up top, 415 where? All in, all done, all in, all done. He's in, sold it to you, 412, 246. 412 buyer 246. Here you go. Take her home, Peter. Here. 285, 285, 250, 250, $2 here. 2 here now. 2 where? 222. You got it? 222 and 205, 210. 210, it'll be 215, it'll be 220, it'll be 220, 220, 15, 20, 215, 20, you're out, DL, 215, it'll be 220, it'll be 225, I'm gonna be 230, 235, 240, 245, it'll be 250 here, it'll be 255, it'll be 260 here, it'll be 235, it'll be 235, 55. 260 here, gonna be 265, 270, 270, 270, 275, 280. Now 280, that'll be 235, gonna be 280, gonna be 285, 285, 285, that'll be 285, 280, that'll be 285, 280, gonna be 285, 285, where? You're 280, 285, where? That'll be 280 here, that'll be 285, now 285, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold at 280, 251, 280, 251. Thank you. Here's a nice little steer. $4 here. $4. Now $2 2.5. Now 2.5. It'll be 4. It'll be 4. 2.5. 5. It'll be 7.5. It'll be 10. It'll be 12.5. Here, going to be 4.12.5. 4.12.5. 4.10. It'll be 4.12.5. It'll be 4.10. It'll be 12.5. It'll be 4.10. It'll be 4.12.5. 4.10. 12.5. 4.10. It'll be 12. It'll be 12. It'll be 4.10. It'll be 12.5. 4.10. 12.5. 4.10. 12.5. 4.10. 12.5. All in, all done. Sold at 410 right there. 620. 410. 620. Thank you. $365 down there. Little heifer. $4 here. 4. 4. 4. 4 here. 350. 350. 350 here. 325. 325. 5. $3 here. 3. Now 3. 250 here. 50. 250 here. Now 250. Now 250. You said it. 252. 255. 5. 257. Going to be 260. 260. 2.5. 265. 265. 267. Going to be 267. Going to be 270 here. Going to be 270. Going to be 272 and a half. 275. 275. Going to be 277 and a half. Going to be 280. Going to be 280. Going to be 282 and a half. Going to be 285. 285. 282 and a half. 85. 87 and a half. Now 90. Now 90 here. Going to be 290 here. Did you say it? 290. 292 and a half. Going to be 295. 5. Going to be 295. 295. 97 and a half. Now 3. Going to be 3. Going to be 2.5. Now 5. 305. 302 and a half. 5 your way. Going to be 305. 302 and a half and 5. 302 and a half. 305. 302 and a half. Going to be 305. 305. 305. You're out. 305. 302 and a half. You want to do 305? Now 310 or 37 and a half. 305. All in, all done. Sold it to you. 305 right there. Put it on 251. 251. $356 down there. 356. $2 here. $2. A little bigger here. $2 here. $2. Now 2. Going to be 150 here. Going to be 150 here. Going to be 150. Now 152 and a half. 52. Going to be 155. Going to be 157. Going to be 130. Going to be 132. 135. Going to be 137 and a half. 70 here. Going to be 170. 172. Going to be 135. 137 and a half. Going to be 180. Going to be 182. Going to be 185. Going to be 187 and a half. 190. 190 here. Going to be 187. Going to be 190, 187, then going to be 190, 187 and a half, now 90, 187 and a half, going to be 190, 192, then going to be 185, going to be 195, 192, then going to be 195. You said that 192, then going to be 195, 190, then going to be 195, 192, then going to be 195, 195, 195, then going to be 192, 195, going to be 197 and a half, then going to be $2 here, then 197, then going to be 2, 187, then going to be 2, now 2, 2 and a half, 205, 205, then going to be 205, 5, 5, then going to be 2, then going to be 205, 2, 2 and a half, 205. 205, 210, 27 and a half, 10, 210, 212 and a half, 215, 17 and a half, 220, then going to be 222, then going to be 225, then going to be 225, 225, 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, now 30, now 30, then going to be 232, then going to be 235, then going to be 237 and a half, then going to be 237, then going to be 240, then going to be 240, you're going to be 242 and a half, 242 and a half, now 242, then going to be 245, 242, then going to be 245, 5, 5, 5, 5, sold them 242 and a half up top. 6. I can't read that up there. Swanson heifers here. Swanson heifers here. 385, 385, 350, 350, 325, 325, 325, 327 hand, 327 half, 327 half, 327 half, 327 hand, 325, 327 hand, 327 hand, 325, 327 half, 327 half. Who's 325? Is he 325? Sure, 325, 327 and a half, 325, 327 and a half, 325, 327 and a half, 325, going to be 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 325, 7 and a half, all in all done. 325 your way, put it on 131. 131. $4 here, and it'll be $4, and it'll be $4 here, and it'll be $4 here, and it'll be 4. Now 4, 350, it'll be 352 to hand, and it'll be 352 to half, and it'll be 352 and a half, 352 to hand, and it'll be 352 to hand, and it'll be 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 350 here, and it'll be 352 to hand, and it'll be 52 to hand, and it'll be 52 and a half, 352 and a half, 352, it'll be 352 to hand, and it'll be 352 and a half, all in all done. Sold them 350, 131. Can you run a couple, Terry? I gotta take a piss a minute.
All right, what do we got, heifers? All right, $3, 250, 250, 250, 255, 255, 30, 60. Now 5, 265, no 70, 275, 275, no 80, 280, 280 to 5, 285, no 90, 290, 290. Now 5, 295, now 7.5, 97 and a half, 297 to 3, $3, 3, 2.5, 302 and a half, 302 and a half to 5, 305, 305, 302 and a half, 305. Sold 302.50, 131. Johnny, don't leave the door open. $3, 3, heifer, 3, 275, 275, no 80, 280, 285, 285, 285, 285, now 90, 290, 285 to 90, 290, 285 to 90, 290, 290. Sold 285, 131. Yeah, no shit. Oh, a little heavier. Open heifer. Nice looking open heifer. Go either way with this one. All right, what do we got? 3, 250, 250, 225, 225, 225, 225, 225, 2, 5, 10, 15, 15, now 20, 220, 225, 225, now 30, 230, 230, 5, 235, now 40, 240, 240, 5, 245, 245, 245, 245, 245. Sold them 240 right here. Sorry about that. I missed you at the last second there. 620, 620. Oh, what do we got here? Steers? Boy, nice looking group of steers. All right, what do we do? 425, 425, 425, $4. 4, $375. It's a nice set of steers. $350. $325. $325. $3. Now 5, 305, 305, 305, now 10, 310, 15, 315, now 20, 20, 25, now 30, 335, 40, 340, 5, 45, 50, 350, 350, 50, now 5, 360, 360, 5, now 70, 375, 375, now 80, 380, now 5, 385, now 90, 90, now 5, 395, 95, now $4, $4, 4, 395, now $4, 4, 4, now 5, 405, 405, 10, 410, 405, no 10, 410, 410. Sold. 405, 220. 156. 156 or something. Oh, is that fine? Okay. They said 156 or something. I don't know. All right, 284. What is that, a bull? Simcross bull. All right, $4 for 350, 350, 325, 325, 325, 325, 325, 30. Now 5, 335 to 40, 345, 345 to 450, 350. Now 5, 355 to 360, 360, 5. Now 70, 370 to 5, 370 to 80, 385, 385 to 90, 390, 5, 395, 395. Now 4, $4 for $4, 395. Now 4, $4 for. Sold 395. 627, 627. Heifer. 425, 425, $4, $4, now 5, 405, 405, 405, 405, 405, 405, $4 now 5, 405, 405. Sold $4, 131, 131. Steer. Was a dandy too. $4 for 375, 375, 350, 350, 350. Now 5, 355. Now 65, 365. Now 70, 370, 5. Now 80, 385, 385 to 90, 395, 395 to 4, 405, 10, 15, 415, 415. Now 20, 420. Now 5, 425, no 30, 430, 435, 435, 435, 435. Sold 430. 102, 102, the buyer. Oh, we got a little cross. 282, heifer. Sim Angus, Sim cross. $4, 385, 385, 360, 350, 350, 3. Now 5. 305, 305, 305, now 10, 310, now 15, now 20, 320, 5, 325, now 30, 330, 335, 335, 335, 335, 335. Sold 330, 131, 131.
Got ourselves a British white here. What's that? No. No, I don't have any more of these. Here we go. What do you want to do here? $3 here. $250. Now 282 and a half. 285. 282 and a half. 285. 290 here. 292 and a half. 295. $3 here. 3 2 and a half. Now 5. Now 7 and a half. Now 307 and a half, 305 and a half, 307 and a half, 210, 10 and a half, 212 and a half, 315 here, going to be 317 and a half, 317 and a half, going to be 320, 320 and a half, going to be 322 and a half, going to be 225, going to be 227 and a half, going to be 330 here, going to be 332 and a half, now 332 and a half, 332 and a half, 5 here, going to be 335, going to be 337 and a half, going to be 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 340, 340, 342 and a half, 345, 347 and a half, 345, now 347 and a half, 347 and a half, 345, going to be 347 and a half, going to be 350 here, going to be 350, going to be 352 and a half, going to be 355, 355, 352 and a half, going to be 355, 55, going to be 352, going to be 355, going to be 355, 355, 355, 352 and a half, 355, going to be 357 and a half, 360 here, going to be 362 and a half, 362 and a half, 362 and a half, going to be 362 and a half, going to be 365, 362 and a half, going to be 335, sold it to you right at 362 and a half, 627, 627. Thank you. Nice red heifer, open okay. 385, 385, 350, 350 here, 350 here, now 325, 325, 325, 325, $3 here, 313, $3 here, $3, now 3, 285, 285, 250 here, 250 and a half, 52 and a half, 255, 255, 57 and a half city, now 60, 262 and a half, 265, going to be 277 and a half, going to be 272 and a half, going to be 275, 275, going to be 277 and a half, 280, 280, 280, 282 and a half, going to be 285, going to be 285, going to be 287 and a half, going to be 290 here, going to be 290, 287 and a half, 90, 287 and a half, 90, 287, going to be 290, where, going to be 287, going to be 290 here, going to be 287 and a half, going to be 290, 292 and a half, 292 and a half, going to be 295, going to be 297 and a half, going to be 333, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 3 here, 302 and a half, now 5, 305, going to be 7 and a half, going to be 310, 10, going to be 310, 310, 312 and a half, going to be 315, going to be 315, 18, going to be 12 and a half, going to be 15 here, going to be 315, 315, 312 and a half, 15, going to be 312 and a half, going to be 15, 15, 312 and a half, now 15, going to be 15, where, going to be 15 here, all in, all done. Sold it to you 312 and a half, 63, 312 and a half, 63, thank you. Six, yeah, we got 6 heifers in the ring, open okay. They're Angus with a little bit of shorthorn and a little lineage. Could be yearling. Had their shot, grass fed, nice. Nice heifers here. What are 250, 250 here, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, now half here, 252 and a half, with a 250 here, going to be 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250, 252 and a half, 255, 5, 7 and a half, 260 here, now 262 and a half, 260, 235, 5, 267 and a half, 270 here, 272 and a half, 275, 277 and a half, now 280 here, 282 and a half, 282 and a half, 285, 287 and a half, 287 and a half, now 290, 292, 292 295, gonna be 297 and a half. Now 3. Now 3. 302 and a half, 305, 210, 205, gonna be 7 and a half, 307 and a half, 305, 307 and a half, 305, 307 and a half, 305, gonna be 307 and a half, 307 and a half, 305, 7 and a half. 305, 307 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 315, 315, 12 and a half, 13, 314, 15 here, 15, gonna be 16, now 16, 17, now 17, 318, 318, 319, 220, now 1, now 1, now 321, 322, gonna be 323, gonna be 323, 324. Now 25. Now 25. That'll be 326 here. That'll be 35. That'll be 226 here. 35. That'll be 226 here. 35. Gonna be 226. 325. 26. 320. That'll be 326 here. That'll be 325. That'll be all in, all done. 26. Sold them to you. 325. 250 on 33. Here's a steer. Here's gonna be the one steer out of that consigner. Yep. $3 here. $3, 3, 2 and a half, 3, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, gonna be 305, gonna be 7 and a half, now 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 320, gonna be 322 and a half, gonna be 325, gonna be 327 and a half, gonna be 330, gonna be 330, now 32 and a half, 335, 337 and a half, 40 here, now 42 and a half, gonna be 45, gonna be 47, and gonna be 50, and 52 and a half, 352 and a half, 52 and a half, 352 and a half, 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, 350, gonna be 352 and a half, gonna be 352 and a half, 52 and a half, 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, and gonna be 352 and a half, 350 here, 52 and a half, all in, all done. Sold it to you 350 your way, 621, 627, 627. Yeah. Yeah, there should be. Same deal here. $3 here. $3. Now 3. Now 3. 3. Ready for the Olympics here. 285. 285. 285. 285. 87 half. 287 half. 290. 290. 295. 297 half. $3 here. Going to be 302 and a half. Now 5. Now 5. It'll be 307 and a half. It'll be 310. It'll be 312 and a half. It'll be 15 here. Going to be 17 and a half. Going to be 20. It'll be 17 and a half. Now 20. 17 and a half. 20. 37 and a half. 20 where? It'll be 317 and a half. It'll be 20. 17 and a half. 320. 317 and a half and 20. It'll be 20. It'll be 20. All in, all done. Sold them, Todd. 317 and a half. Your way. 100. That's right. 100. Thank you. 179. Turning the grill off in a half an hour. Can I get a hamburger, please? Thank you. $3 here. 285. 285. 87 and a half. We're going here. 287 and a half. 285. 287 and a half. 287 and a half. 287 and a half. You're seeing a little short horn in that one there. 287 and a half. 287 and a half. 287 and a half. 285, 87 and a half, 285, 87 and a half. Sold it to you 285, 250, 33. There you go. There you go. $376. Here we go. $3. 285, 285, 285, 287 and a half, 285, is the bid, 287 and 287 and a half, 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 285, 87 and a half, 285, 87 and a half, all in all done, sold at 285, 250, 33. There's a couple dandies. Nice bronco face steers here. Camp house cattle here. Good steers here. Hey. Nice thick steers here. What do you want to give? What do you want to give for them here? $3 here. Three. Now 3. Now 285. 285. 287 half. Now 290. 292 to hand. 295. 297 3 2 and a half, 305 7 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, 315, 317 and a half, 320 here, 322 and a half, 325, 325, 327 and a half, 330, 332 and a half, 332 and a half, 335, 335, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, gonna be 340, 342 and a half, 345, 47 and a half, 345, gonna be 347 and a half, 345, gonna be 347 and a half, 350, 350 and a half, gonna be 352 and a half, 352 and a half, gonna be 355, gonna be 357 and a half, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 360, now 62 and a half, 362, and then it'll be 335, then it'll be 35, gonna be 367 and a half, now 370, 370 here, 370 here, gonna be 372 and a half, gonna be 375, 55, 375, then it'll be 377 and a half here, and gonna be 380, now 380 here, then it'll be 382, then it'll be 382 and a half, gonna be 385, 55, gonna be 385, 382 and a half, gonna be 385, 382 and a half, gonna be 385, gonna be 387 and a half, gonna be 387 and a half. Ain't a whole lot of them steers out there. 35, gonna be 37 and a half, 35, gonna be 37 and a half, 35, 7 and a half, 35, gonna be 37 and a half, gonna be 35, gonna be 37 and a half here, and 35, 37 and a half, 35, 87 and a half, 35, 87 and a half, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold them to you 385, put it on 627, 385, 627. Here we go, a couple nice blonde ones here. Looks like they're Heifers. $3 here. $3 here. Now 3. 3. 285. 285. 285. 250. 252 and a half. Now 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 260. 262 and a half. 285. 287 and a half. 270, now 272 and a half, 270 here, 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 270 here, 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 270 here, 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 272 and a half, all in, all done, sold them right here, 270, put it on 131, 270, put it on 131, hey, nice one here, another heifer here. 255. What's that? They're weaned? Okay, these are weaned here. I was looking for. Oh yeah, here I got it right here. Sorry about that. I was looking at my phone, not here. Okay, these things are 12 days, 120 days weaned. They've had Bova Shield Gold, Ultraback 8. In the fall here, Bova Shield Gold, 1 shot, pour on ivermectin in January. Their bunk broke, fence broke, been on haylage, and some grain. Here we go. What do you want to do here? Ready to go to work for you. Ready to go to work. $3. Three. Now three. Now three. 285. 252 and a half. Now 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 255. 265. 265. 77 and a half. Now 70. Now 70 here. 272 and a half. 275. 277 and a half. 275. Going to be 277 and a half. 275 going to be 277 and a half. 275 here going to be 277 and a half. 275, 77 and a half. 275 going to be 277 and a half. 277 and a half. 275 going to be 277 and a half. 277 and a half. 277 and a half. 277 going to be 277 and a half. Going to be all in, all done. Sold them 275, 131, 275, 131. Let's see here. 253 in the ring. I can't see the big one. Same man's cattle here. They're weaned, ready to go here. Blacks and black baldies here. Hey, getting the steers. Getting the steers here. $3 here. 3 now. 2.5. 305. 7 and a half. 10. 12 and a half. 15. 17 and a half. Going to be 220. 22 and a half. Going to be 25. 27 and a half. Now 30. 332 and a half. Going to be 335. 337 and a half. 340. 342 and a half. 345. 47 and a half. 350. 352 and a half. 355. 57 and a half. 30 here. 32 and a half. 35. 37 and a half. 70. 372 and a half. 75. 77 and a half. 80. 382 and a half. Going to be 35, 37 and a half, going to be 390, 92 and a half, 95, 55, 92, 93, 92 and a half here. Now 395, 392 and a half, 392 and a half, 395, 55, 392 and a half, 395, 397 and a half, 395, 97 and a half, 395 here, 97 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, 95, 55, 7 and a half here, 95, now 7 and a half, 395, 397 and a half, 395, going to be 397 and a half, 395 and 7 and a half, all in, all done. Sold them 395, 220, 395, 220, thank you. I hope so. 249, 244, 246, 250. You betcha. This guy's put all the work in for you here. These things are ready to roll for the next chapter. Here we go. 350 here. 325, 500, 325, 325, 325, same man's cattle, had shots ready to go. $3 here. 333. Now 3 where? 333. Good started. Good started here. 285, 250, 252 and a half, 255, 57 and a half. City here in 3 275, 275, 277 and a half, 280 here, 280, 277 and a half, going to be 280, 282 and a half, 282 and a half, going to be 285, going to be 287 and a half, going to be 290, going to be 292 and a half, going to be 295, going to be 297 and a half, $3, now 3 and 2 and a half, 302, going to be 305, 5, going to be 307 and a half, going to be 307 and a half, going to be 310, 310, 310, going to be 12 and a half, going to be 315, going to be 317 and a half, 320, 320, 322 and a half, going to be 325, 5, going to be 327 and a half, going to be 330 here. Going to be 332 and a half. Now 335, 335, going to be 335, going to be 337 and a half. 340, 340, going to be 42 and a half. Going to be 42 and a half. We got 340 here. Going to be 342 and a half. 342 and a half. 340, going to be 42 and a half. 40 here. Going to be 342 and a half. Going to be 40 here. Going to be 42 and a half. 342 and a half. 342 and a half. Sold them to you 340 your way. Put it on 220. 220. You betcha, you betcha. Here's another one. 251. Same man's cattle. Got a single here. $3. Now 3. Now 3. 250. 252 and a half. 255. Going to be 257 and a half. Going to be 260. 262 and a half. Going to be 235. Going to be 267 and a half. Now 70 here. 72 and a half. 75. 77 and a half. Now 270. Going to be 277 and a half. Going to be 280 here. Going to be 282 and a half. Going to be 282 and a half. 282 and a half. Going to be 285. 285. Going to be 287 and a half. Going to be 287 and a half. Going to be 90 here. 287 and a half, going to be 290, 287 and a half, 90, 287 going to be 290 here, going to be 287 and a half, going to be 90 here, 287 and a half, going to be 290, 290, going to be 287, going to be 290 here, going to be 290, 287 and a half, same deal, 290, going to be 287 and a half, and 90. Sold it to you, 287 and a half, 131, 287 and a half, 131, thank you. Two heifers here, 248, 243. Same man's cattle, had all their shots ready, been weaned. 350 here. 325. 325. I would get 325, 325, $3 here. 3, 2.5, now 2.5, 3, 2.5, 3 here now 2.5, 3, 2.5, 3, 2.5, it'll be 5, it'll be 5, 5, 5, it'll be 7, it'll be 310, it'll be 210, it'll be 2.5, 315, 315, it'll be 317. 220, a little bit, 20, it could be 22 to hang, it could be 25, 5, 5, 25, 322 to hang, it could be 325, 322, a little bit, 325, it could be 325, 5, 322 to half and 25, 322 to half, 25, 320, a little bit, could be 22, it could be 325, 5, 5, 22 to half, 25, all in, all done. Sold them to you, 322 and a half, 258. Thank you. Is this 254 in there? Same deal. $3 here. $3, $3. Now 2.5. Now 2 to hand. 2 to hand. 307 hand. 307 half. 305, 307 hand, 307 hand, 307 hand, 305, 7 half, 305, 7 half, 305, 7 half, half, 7 half, 305, 7 half, 305, 7 hand, 307 half, 307 half, 310, 310, 10, 10, back to you, 312 and a hand, 15, 17 and a hand, 320, 322 and a half, 325, 327 and a half, 320, 330, 332 and a hand, 335, 5, 32 and a hand, 335, 332 and a half, 35, 332 and a half, 335, 332 and a half, 335, 5, 32 and a half, 335, 332 and a half, 335, all in, all done. You bought it, 332 and a half, 617. Thank you, 617. 68. Andy's right here. 306 and 307. These things are beautiful. They've been cleaned. Nice heifers there. They're ready to go. Here we go. Get them bred here. 250 here. 250. Now 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. What's that? Are they bred? They must be guaranteed open. There's no markings on them. Guaranteed open. From B&B Stables. Now 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. There he is. Now 255. 255. 260. 262 and a half. 265, 267 and a half, now 272 and a half, 275 here, going to be 277 and a half, going to be 280, 280, 277, going to be 280, 80, 80, going to be 277 and a half, going to be 280, 277 and a half, 280, pretty heifers, 277 and a half, going to be 280 where, going to be 277 and a half, now 80, 277 and a half, going to be 280, 80, 80, going to be 277 and a half, going to be 80 here, going to be 277 and a half, now 80, now 80, now 80 here, going to be 277, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold them 277 and a half, 248, 248. Thank you. Vet pen. Send them to the vet. Hey, big steer here. Might be the biggest one we got. This might be the biggest one I've seen. Let's get a weight on that, please, Trenton. We're weighing one here. Let's bring him back. You got the weight? Yep, 1155. 1155. Bring him back here. Here we go. Nice steer here. B&B Stables here. Never heard of them before here, but here they are here. $3. $3 here. 225. 225. 227 and a half. 230. Now 232 to hand. 232 to half. 235. Going to be 237 and 240 here. Going to be 242 and a half. 242 and a half. Going to be 245. 47 and a half. 247 and a half. 250. Going to be 252 to hand. Going to be 252 and a half. 250 here. Going to be 252 to hand. 255. Going to be 257 and a half. Down 60. Now 260. 262 to hand. Going to be 235. Going to be 235. Going to be 287 and a half. Going to be 270 here. Going to be 272 and a half. 275. 275 here. Going to be 275. 275. Going to be 277 and a half. 277 and a half. 277 and a half. Who to be 80. 280. 282 to hand. Going to be 282 and a half. Going to be 285. 282 and a half. Going to be 285. 282 and a half. How about 283? Going to be 283. Yeah, to be 283. 282 and a half. 83. 283. 283 and a half. 283. Going to be 284. 4. Going to be 284 and 283 here. Going to be 284. 4. Going to be 285. 5. Going to be 285. 284. 85. 284. 285. Going to be 286 here. Going to be 286 here. Going to be 286 here. 285. Going to be 286. Now 287. 287. Going to be 288. 288 here. Going to be 288 here. Going to be 287. Going to be 288. 287. Going to be 288. 288. 288. 288. 287. Going to be 288. Going to be 287 here. Going to be 288. 287. Going to be 288. 287. Going to be 288. 288. All in, all done. Sold at 287 right here. Buyer number 614. 614. Thank you. Heifer. We got a heifer here. Connor cattle here. Connor cattle. 285. 285 here. Good straight heifer here. 285. 285. 50. 50. 50. 50. 50. 252 and 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 252. 255. 255. 257 and a half here. 257 and a half. Now 60. Now 262 and a half. 262 and a half. 265. 67 and a half. Now 70 here. Going to be 72 and a half. Going to be 75. 75. 77 and a half. 77 and a half. 280. 282 and a half. 285. Going to be 285 here. Going to be 287 and a half. 290. 292 and a half. 292 and a half. 290 here. 292 and a half. Going to be 295. Going to be 295. Going to be 297 and a half. And 3. And 3. 3. 3. Going to be 297 and a half. Going to be 3. 3. 3. 3. Going to be $3 a pound. Now 2 and a half. 305. 305. Going to be 305. 5. Going to be 307 and a half here. Going to be 310. 10. 10. Going to be 310. 10. 10. 310. 10. 10. 310. 10. 10. 7 and a half here. You got to be 310 up top. The one on the scale, 310, 10, 10. You want to do it? 312 and a half, 312 and a half. Going to be 315 here. 312 and a half. 315 here. Going to be 315, 315. You're saying no, right? 312 and a half. Got to be 315. 312 and a half. Going to be 315, 10, 12 and a half and 15. 312 and a half and 15. 312 and a half, 15. All in, all done. Sold it right there. 312 and a half on 100. 312 and a half on 100. Thanks, Todd. Little heifers here. Little heifers. 277, 278. T-Walt cattle. Here we go. Still got the guy in the doorway there. Lightweight cattle here. $4 here. 4, 4, 4. Now 2 and a half. Now 5. 7 and a half here. Going to be 7 and a half here. 5. Going to be 7 and a half. 5. Going to be 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 4, 7 and a half. 4, 7 and a half. 4, 7 and a half. Here we go. 10, 10, 10. Going to be 4, 12. Going to be 4, 10. Going to be 12 and a half. 4, 15. 4, 15. 17 and a half. Now 20. Now 22. Going to be 22 and a half. Going to be 4, 25. Going to be 27 and a half. Going to be 30. 32 and a half. Going to be 35. 37 and a half. Going to be 40. 42 and a half, 442 and a half, 45, 47 and a half. Now 50, then it's going to be 52 and a half, 52 and a half, going to be 45, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half. Now 60, 460, 457 and a half, 60. Where? That'll be 457 and a half, it'll be 60, 457 and a half, 60, 457 and a half, 60 here, 457 and a half, and 60, 457 and a half, 60. Sold them to you, 457 and a half, 633, 63, 457 and a half. Thank you. 275 down there, and what's this one here? 276. T-Walt cattle still here. Hey, hey, $3. Three now, 2.5. 305. Look at me, 2.5. Look at 3. Look at 2.5. 3 here. Look at me, 2.5. 302.5. 302.5. $3 here. Look at me, 2.5. Look at me, 2.5 and 5 here. Going to be 7.5. 310. 310. 312.5. Look at me, 15. Look at me, 17. Look at me, 320. Now 20. 322 to hand. Look at me, 225. 5. Look at me, 27.5. 27.5. 325. 27.5. 325. Look at me, 227 and a half, going to be 225 and 27 and a half, 325, 27 and a half, 325, going to be 327 and a half, 325, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold on 325 right there, 131, 325, put it on 131, thank you. Getting into the bulls here, 270, 274. Two bulls here. 285. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. Take them and band them here. 252 and a half. And 255, 57 and a half. 257 and a half. Now 60 here. 252 and a half. 77 and a half. 70 here. 72 and a half. 75, 77 and a half. Now 280. 282 and a half. 285. 287 and a half. Going to be 290 here. 92 and a half. 295. 292 and a half. 295, 97 and a half, now 3, going to be 2 and a half, now 5, going to be 2 and a half, now 5, 302 and a half, and 5, 302 and a half, 5 where, going to be 305, 5, 5, 302 and a half, going to be 305 here, 302 and a half, now 5, 302 and a half, going to be 5, 5, 5, 302 and a half, 5 where, going to be 302 and a half, going to be 305, 302 and a half, and 5, 302 and a half, and 5, and 5, and 5, and 5, sold them to you, 302 and a half, 220, 302 and a half, 220. 269, 267, 271, 272. Want me to say it again? Well, I don't. He's got to knock that shit off. Well, we'll just deal with it later. We'll have to sort it. All right, here we go. Let's spin them around, look at them one more time. 285, same deal. 285, 250 and a half, 255, 255, 57 and a half, city here, city 2 and a half, city 5, city 7 and a half, now 70, 270, 270, 270, 272, 275, 77 and a half, 280 here, going to be 282 and a half, going to be 285, 287 and a half, 290, 292 and a half, 295, 292, and going to be 295, going to be 297 and a half, 295, 97 and a half, 295, 297 and a half, 295, 297 and a half, now 3, now 3, now 3 here, going to be 302 and a half, going to be 305, 5, 5, 5, 5, going to be 305 here, going to be 305, 307 and a half, now 307 and a half, 310, 310, 310, going to be 12 and a half, 312 and a half, going to be 315 here, going to be 315, 317 and a half, 315, 317 and a half, half, 15, going to be 317 and a half, 315, 17 and a half, 315, 17 and a half, 315, 17 and a half, all in, all done. Sold them to you, 315, 220, 315, 220. We're going to bring those back and get that figured out. Got to weigh one separate here a minute. Either take the one black one or the 3 baldies. Got it, Trenton? Either the 3 baldies go on there or the one black one. I'll be back here eating a hamburger. Or that's fine, shut it. Yep. Now let the white take. Nice job. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than it is to be good. Good to go. Yep. $273 down there. $273. Here we go. What do we 250 225 225 $2 here 2 5 10 210 15 220 225 230 here 230 now 235 235 got to be 235 235 got 230 235 235 230 235 235 5 going to be 235 230 now 5 235 235 all in all done. Sold at 230 your way 360 230 on 360. Thank you. Oh, what is this thing? Look at this little guy. Here's your Valentine's Day stuff here. What a little cutie. Marked as a steer. Looks like he's a steer. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Here we go. What do you want to do here? We've sold a lot of these over the last 3 weeks. Not this small, though. We haven't seen them this small yet. Here we go. We'll sell them by the head here. Give me 200, 200, 200 by the head. 300, 400, give me 400. I got 300 now 4, 300 now 4, 300 give me 400. 400, got to be 400. Now 400, 300, 400, 325, 325, 325, 350, 350, 375. Now 400. Now 400, that'll be 400 here, that'll be 425, 5, that'll be 450, that'll be 425, 425, 400, that'll be 25, 5, that'll be 400, that'll be 425, 5, 400, now 25, 425, 425, that'll be 425, 5, that'll be 425, that'll be 425. 425 all in all done. Sold at 400, 203 straight, 400, 203 straight. Little bull. How about 400 on this one here? By the head. $400. Selling them by the head. 2, 2, 2, 200, 300, 3, 3, give me 200, 3, 200, 300, 200, 300, 200, 300, 300, 200, 225, 225, 250, 75. Here we go. Now 3, now 325, 325, 350 here. 350 now 375, 375, 350, 375, 5, 350, 375, 350, gonna be 375. 375. Now 400. Now 400. That'll be 375. It'll be 400 and 425. 425. 400. That'll be 425. That'll be 425. 5, 425. 450. 450. 425. 50 where? That'll be 425. Gonna be 450. Where'd Lori go? 425. 450. 425. That'll be 50, 50, 50, 50. 425. 430. 435. 430, it'll be 435, 5, it'll be 430 here, gonna be 435, 430, 35, all in all done. Sold it to you, 430, 14 on 33, 14 on 33, thank you. It's by the head, yes. Surprised he didn't say anything. What do we got going on here? 256. 7 months bred. 7 months bred. We're going to sell her by the head, too. Do everybody a big favor here. How about $200 on this one here? 2, going to be 4, going to be 5. Now 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4 here. Going to be 500. I got 4 your way, Ryder. Now 500 where? It'll be 500, 600. Now 7. Now 7 here, little big 60, little big 700, gotta be 800, 800, 725, 750, 750 here, little big 725, little big 750, 50, yes, 750, 775, 800, 800, 770, little big 800, 875, gonna be 800, now 825, 825, 825, 850, 850 here, little big 80, little big 80, little big 850, 50, 50, now 875, 875, 875, 850, it'll be 875, 875, 900, 900, 900 here, it'll be 900, it'll be 875, it'll be 900, 800, 900, 875, 900, 925, 925, it'll be 925, 950, 950, 920, 950, 50, 925, 950. Can't talk the livestock judge into it. 925, 950, 925, 950, 920, 950, sold it to you at 925 right there. 627, 627, thank you. $257. Got another 7-month bred one here. Here we go. 500, 500. Now 500. Looks like she'd be a great guard dog here. 500, 500. Not in on tagging her calf here. 500. Now 5. Now 5. Thank you. 600. 600 here. 5 going to be 6. 5 and 6. 5, 600. 600. 600. 525. 525, 525, it'll be 525, 525, right there. 525, 550, 550, 575, now 575, it'll be 50, it'll be 75, it'll be 550, it'll be 575, 550, 575, 550, 575, now 600, now 600, it'll be 60, it'll be 625, it'll be 625, 625, 625, 625, 555, all in, all done, all in, all done, sold at 600 right here, put it on, I got you right here, put it on 614, 614, thank you. Can't be sleeping around these ones. 261, little bull. Little bull. 200, 200, 300, 200, 300, 200, 300 here, 203, 203, 225, 500, 250, 275, 275, 300, now 3 here, 275, going to be 300, 325, 325, 325, 350, 350, 50, 25, 330, 335, 335, 330 here, look at 335, 330, 335, 335, 340, now 345, 345, 345, 345, 350, 355, 360 here, 360, 360, 360 here, 335, 335, 370, 375, 375, 375, 370 here, 375, 375, 370 going to be 375, 380, 380, Ryder, 380 here, 385, 390, 390 here, 390 going to be 395, 5, going to be 400, 395 going to be 4, 395, 400, 395, 4, 395 going to be 400, 395, 4, all in, all done, 395 and 4, and 4, and 4, sold it to you, 395, 14 on 33, 14 on 33. Uh, 559, 559, what do we know? Red cow, 6 months bred. We'll sell her by the head too, why not? 800, good, pretty good size there. 800 here, 888, It'll be 800 here. Now 5. Now 5 here. It'll be 500. It'll be 600. It'll be 7 here. It'll be 7. 600. Gonna be 7. 607. Season at 6. I need 7. 600. It'll be 700 here. It'll be 600. It'll be 7 here. It'll be 600. Gonna be 7. You're 6, Ryder. I need 7. You're 6. I need 7 here. It'll be 6 here. It'll be 700. It'll be 6 here. Gonna be 7. 625. 625. 650 here. It'll be 625. It'll be 625. Gonna be 625. 650. You owe me one now. 625, 650. Where? It'll be 625. Gonna be 650. 625 and 50. 625. It'll be 650 here. It'll be 625 and 50. 625, 50. Travis, any interest? 625, 50. 650. All in, all done. Sold it to you. 625. Your way. 645. Looks like 645. I think it's one of those Red Bulls. I don't know what it was. Who knows? Hey, another little guy. What's the back tag on that thing? 260. Another little bull. 200, 200 here, 225, 250, 275, 300, 325, 325, 350. 350, going to be 375, 375 and 400. Now 400, it'll be 425, 500, it'll be 425, 400 here, going to be 425, 400, 425, 400, it'll be 425, it'll be 425, 400, going to be 425, 400, 425, 400, it'll be 425, 500, it'll be 425, 500, 410, 420. 420, it'll be 420, going to be 430, 430, 40, 450, now 50, 460, 460 here, it'll be 470 here, going to be 480 here, going to be 490, it'll be 490, 40, going to be 490, 45, 45, 490, it'll be 45, going to be 490, 45, going to be 490, 45, 490, 45 and 90, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold it to you, 45, is that going on the 33s also? 14 by 33. I think so. 220. 220 in the ring there. 220. Getting the Lesmeister cattle here. These are good ones too. Hope everybody didn't run off yet. These are ripping. Nice bull here. Shorthorn Angus cross type stuff here. At Arlington. Here we go. What do you want to do here? 285. 285. 285. 500. 250. 250. 50 here. 250. Let's ban these guys. 250. Where? 225. 225. 225. 227 a hand. 225. 227 a hand. 230. 230. 230. 232, 235, 237 a hand, 40 here, going to be 242 to hang, going to be 245, 47 and a half, now 15, 252 to hang, 255, 57 a hand, now 30 here, 232 and a half, 265, 265, 267 and a half, 270 here, going to be 272 to half, 272 to half, 275, 275, going to be 277 a hand, going to be 280 here, 280, going to be 282 and a half, 282 and a half, now 285, 285, 285, 282 and a half, 285, 5, going to be 285, 282 and a half, 285, 282 and a half, 285, now 287 and a half, 287 and a half, 287 and a half, 287 and a half, 285, 87 and a half, 285, 287 and a half, 287 and a half, 287 and a half, 285 going to be 87 and a half, 285 going to be 87 and a half, 285 going to be 87 and a half, 285 going to be 287 and a half, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold at 285, 360, 285, 360. Couple big boys here. 1165 and 1145, I remember correctly. $250 here. $2. Now two. Two there. Two and a half. Gonna be 205. Gonna be 7.5. 210. 212 and a half. 215. Gonna be 217 and a half. Gonna be 220. Gonna be 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. Gonna be 230. 230. 232 and a half. 235. 237 and a half. Gonna be 240 here. Gonna be 242 and a half. Gonna be 242 and a half. Gonna be 245. 245. These things are really easy going. 245. 247 and a half. 247. Gonna be 260 here. Gonna be 282 and a half. 262 and a half, 265, 265, 262 and a half, 265, 262 and a half, gonna be 235, gonna be 267 and a half, 267 and a half, 267 and a half, gonna be 267 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 265, 67 and a half, 265, gonna be 267 and a half, Kent, 235, 37 and a half, 235, gonna be 267 and a half, 235, gonna be 267 and a half, all in all done, 67 and a half, 70, 270, 67 and a half, 70, 270, gonna be 70, 267 and a half, 268, 268, 67 and a half, 268, 268, all in all done. Sold them to you 267 and a half right here. Put it on 14, 614. Thank you. $211 here, little heifer. Lessmeister heifer here. $3. She's a nice deep red color there. $3 here. Three. Now three. Now three. 285. 285. Gonna be 285. 250. 250 here. Now 52 to hand. 52 and a half. 252 and a half. 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, nice looking heifer, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, there we go, 255, 255, 255, 257 and a half, now 57 and a half, city here, 262 and a half, 262 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, now 267, look at 270 here, 270, 272 and a half, 275, 275, 5, gonna be 277 and a half, 277 and a half, 275, gonna be 277 and a half, 275, gonna be 77 and a half, 275, gonna be 77 and a half, 275, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, all in, all done. Sold it to you 275, 131, 275, 131. Here's another bull, another good cutter bull here for you. Let's catch a weight on him, please. Something's on the scale still. He's not mean. Don't try to pet him. £995 on him. Let's take another look. I should have had these in the first half of the sale. I don't know why he pinned him. Whatever, try just leave him out there. We're done monkeying around. $2 here. Thank you. 2.5. Now 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. Gonna be 7.5. Now 2.10. 2.12. 15. 15. Gonna be 2.17. Gonna be 2.20. Gonna be 2.22.5. 2.22.5. 2.20. Gonna be 2.22.5. 2.20. Gonna be 2.22.5. 2.22.5. 2.20 here. Now 2.22.5. 2.20 here. Gonna be 2.22.5. 2.20 here. gonna be 222 and a half. Now 222 and a half. 222 and a half. 220. Gonna be 22 and a half. 20. Gonna be 222 and a half. Gonna be 222 and a half. There he is. 222 and a half. 225. 225. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 222 and a half. 225. 220. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 225. 222 and a half. And 5. All in. All done. Sold it up top. 222 and a half. 609. 609. Thank you. 609. Send it to the vet. Get him banded, please. Thank you. What do we got here? Another one here, a little short horn cross here. It's a bull still here. 220, 275, 250, 255, 57 and a half. Now City 2 and a half, City 5, City 7 and a half. Now 70, now 272 and a half, 275, 77 and a half, gonna be 282 and a half, gonna be 282 and a half, gonna be 285, 85, 285, 285, 87 and a half, 290, 290, gonna be 292 and a half, 292 and a half. 295, now 295, then we're going to be 297 and a half, then we're going to be 333 and 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 305, then we're going to be 5, then we're going to be 7 and a half, then we're going to be 7 and a half, going to be 210, 310, 307 and a half, 10 where, 307 and a half, then we're going to be 10, 10, 10, then we're going to be 37 and a half, going to be 310, 307 and a half, and 10, 307 and then we're going to be 210, 10, 10, going to be 310, 307 and a half, now 10, 307 and then we're going to be 10, 10, 10, going to be 307 and a half, and 10, and 10, sold them, 307 and a half, right over here, 80 straight, 307 and a half, 80 straight. Acting like he doesn't want to look. 3 black ones here. 3 black bowls here. 285, 285, 250, 52 and a half, 252 and a half, 255, and go 255, 57 and city here, 252 and a half, 255, 37 and a half, now 70, now 72 and a half, now 75, 277 and a half, 280 here, 282 and a half, 285, 287 and a half, 290 here, 292 and a half, 295, 297 and a half, and 3. Gonna be 3, gonna be 302 and a half, gonna be 305, 5, gonna be 305, 305, 302 and a half, and 5, 302 and a half, 305, 5, 302, gonna be 302 and a half, gonna be 305, 302 and a half, and 5, 302 and gonna be 5, 5, 5, gonna be 5 here, gonna be 302 and a half, and 5. Sold them 302 and a half, 220, 302 and a half, 220. 2 nice black heifers here, open okay. 285, 250 here, 50, 250, 225, 227, 225, 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 225, 7 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half. Thank you. 230, 232 and a half, 235, 237 and a half. You got to be 235, 5, 5. Going to be 235, 5, 5. Going to be 235, going to be 237 and a half. Now 240, 240. Going to be 42 and a half. Going to be 242 and a half. Going to be 245, 5, 5. Going to be 245, 247 and a half, 247 and a half. Up top, 250. Now 50, 252 and a half. 250 here, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, all in all done. Sold them 250, put it on 250 on 33. Thank you. All right, 2 small ones here. Heifers here. $4 here. $4 where? $4 here. $4 here. $4. Now 4. Now 385. 385. I'm gonna be 385. 385. 350. 350. 352 and a half. 352 and a half. 355. I'm gonna be 357 and a half. 360. 362 and a half. 335. I'm gonna be 370 and a half. I'm gonna be 370. 377 and a half. 380. 380 here. 380 here. 380 and a half. 380. 382 and a half. 382 and a half. 382 and a half. Gonna be 385. 385. Gonna be 337 and a half. 35. Gonna be 37 and a half. Gonna be 390. 387 and 90. 390. 387 and a half. 390. 392 and a half. 392 and a half. Gonna be 395. Gonna be 397 and a half. Gonna be 4 here. Gonna be 4 2 and a half. 4 2 and a half. 4 and 4 2 and a half. $4 here. Gonna be 4 2 and a half. $4 here. Gonna be 4 2 and a half. 402 and a half. All in, all done. All in, all done. $4 on 63. $4 on 63. Thank you. Welcome in, guys. $2.10 down there. $3. $2.85. $2.50. What's that? Oh, 4-month spread. You're right. $2. Two, 205, 7.5. Here you're gonna be 210, 212.5, 215, 217 and a half, 220, 222 gonna be 225, 227 gonna be 230, gonna be 232 and a half, 235, 237 gonna be 240, gonna be 242 gonna be 245, 55 gonna be 247 and 50, 250, 52 and a half, 252 and a half up top. Now 255. 252 to hang, it'll be 285, 52 to hang, it'll be 285, 252 and a half, and 5, 250, it'll be 255, 55, it'll be 285, 252 and a half up top, 255, 252 and a half, 255, all in, all done, sold it to you, 252 and a half right up there in the blue flannel. 600, buyer 600, thank you. It's a 2 on this one, 2-month spread. $2.50. $2. $2 now 5. 205. 205. 5. 205. $2 and 5. $205. Now 10. 210. Gonna be 215. 220. 220. 220. 225. 225. 230. 230. 235. Gonna be 240. 240, 245, 245, 240, and then going to be 245, 55, going to be 250 here, 245, going to be 250, 245, 247 and a half, 247 and a half, 250, 250, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252, 55, going to be 255, 252 and a half, 255, 252 and a half, 255, all in, all done, sold at 252 and a half, 250 on, what's that? 33. Yeah, 252 and a half. Yep. Yeah. What's this, a 2 months also? How about 225? 225. 227. How about 230? 225, 30. 220. 225. Going to be 30. 225, 30. 235. 235. 235, 40. Now 245. 245. 245. You're going in the blue flannel. 245. Up top there. 245. 250. 250, 245, going to be 250, 245, 250, 245, 250, Ron, 255, 255, right behind you, 255, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 255, now 255, 257 and a half, 257, going to be 257, 255, going to be 257 and a half, 255, 57 and a half, 255, 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 255, 57 and a half, all in, all done. Sold at 255, Ron's way, 250 by 33. Oh, that second hand's just killing me. Oh, shit. Here we go. We have some notes. Oh, of course.
3? F, G. Thank you. Well, it was stuck. I was trying to do my damn alphabet. It's about what I was doing.
Yeah. Some beautiful Angus cross heifers here. Right around 1,000 pounds on them. All right, here. $2. $2. 185. 187. 187. 187 half. 187 half. 185. 185. 187 half. 187 half. 187 half. If you're feeding beef, finished cattle, here you go. Half of your hard parts done here. It'll be 187 half. 187 half. 185. 187 half. Open cattle. 185. 185. Finish them off. Finish them off. 187. 190. 192. 195. 195. 195. 197 half. $2 here. It'll be 2. 2 and a half. Now 205. 7 half. 210. 210. 12 and a half. 215, 215, 15, 17 and a half here, 15, 17 and a half, you say it, 215, 17 and a half, 215, 217 and a half, 215, 17 and a half, 215, 17 and a half, 215, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, all in, all done. Sold them 215 your way, 250 on 33, 250 on 33. Here's another set of them. Oh, yeah. Well, good thing we know whose they are. Can you get a note to the office? Whatever bulls Dave Wilson bought need to be banded. Yep, we got 5 down there. Yeah. To get the 2 bulls banded. Same deal here. $2. $2. Same deal, 205. Now 5. 7 hand. 210. 212 and a half. You're going to be 215. 215. 215. 217 and a half. 220. 220. 220. 220. 217. 222 and a half. 222 and a half. 220 here. 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 220, 222 and 20 here, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, all in, all done. All sold them to you, 220, 250, 33, 220, 255, 33. What is that? Is that a picture of you? Who is that? It is you. 19 to go. I don't know what on God's good earth we're waiting for. What are we waiting for? What are they doing back there, Shorty? You don't see anybody? Maybe they quit. All right, we'll keep on them trucking here. You tell, say, chain the gate on the scale. What? Chain the gate on the scale back there. All right, here we go. What do you want to do? 185. 150 here. 150. How 150? 152. 152 to have. 152 to have. 152 to have. 155. 157 and a half. How 160 here. 132 to have. 135. 137 and a half. 137 and a half. 136. 135. 36. 136 where? 136 here, 136 here, 136 here, all in, all done, 35, 36, all in, all done, sold it to you, 165 there, put it on, 250 on 33. Little black heifer here. Bargain cattle here. $3. Now three. Where? 250 here. 252 and a half. Now 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 250. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 255. 255. 257 and a city here. 260 here. 262 and a half. 265. 265. 267 and 270 here. 270. 272 and a half. 275. 275. 277 and a half. 280 here. 280 here. 282 and a half. 285. 285. 87 and a half. 290 here. 290 here. 292 and a half. 292 and a half. 290 here. 292 and a half. And 295. And 295. And 290. 295, 297 and a half, 297 and a half, 295, 297 and a half, 295, 97 and a half, 295, 297 and a half, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold it to you 295, 131, 295, 131. Hey, cow calf pair. Bull calf at her side, cow calf pair, bull calf on the side. Cow is open. Perfect timing. Here we go. Here we go. 3,000. 3,000. Now 3,000. 3,000. 3,333. Easy going cow. Easy going cow. Nice bull calf. Here they're black. 3,000. Thank you. 31. Now 31. 31. 3,100 here. 32. 34. 35. 36. Now 37. 37 here, 3700, 36 and a quarter, 36 and a quarter, 36 and a quarter, right there. Now your quarter, now half, 36 and a half, 36.75, 36.75, 36.75, Todd, 36.75, 36 and a half, gonna be 36.75, 36 and a half, 36.75, 36 and a half your way. Now 36.75, that'll be 36, gotta be 36.75, 36.75, 36.75, it'll be 36.75, gonna be 36.75. 36.75, 36.75. Sold it your way at 36 and a half. Put it on 621, 621. Thank you. Here's an awesome looking Hereford pair here. Heifer calf on her side. And open cow. Here we go. 3,000. 3,000 here. Now 3,000. 3, thank you. 31. Now 1. Now 31. 31. Mellow cattle here. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 35. 35. 34. 35. 34. 35. 34. 3,500. 34 and a quarter, code in the 34 and a quarter, 34 and a half, 34.75, 34.75, 34.75, going to be 34.75, 34 and a half, 34.75, 34 and a half, 34.75, 34.75, 34 and a half, and 75 and a half, and 75. Sold it to you at 34 and a half right there. 248, 248. You want it? What's that? 8-way. Give it an 8-way, please. Send it to the vet, and it needs an 8-way. Here we go. What do we got here? Open or bred? What do we got? Open cow here. 145. 145 by the pound. 140. 135. 135. 135. 135. 130. 30. 30. 130. 125. 125. 120. 120. 120. 121. 121. 121. 122. 123. Now 124. 5. Now 126 here. 127, gonna be 128, gonna be 129, gonna be 130, 131, gonna be 132, gonna be 132, 133 here, gonna be 134, now 35, now 35, 36 here, gonna be 137, gonna be 138, 139 here, gonna be 139, gonna be 140, 40, 40, gonna be 141, now 142, 141, 2, 141, 142, gonna be 140, gonna be 142, 2, 143, 33, gonna be 143, gonna be 144, now 145, 146, gonna be 147, gonna be 148, gonna be 149, 99, 149, gonna be 150, now 151, now 151. 52, 52, 53, 33, look at be 153, 52, gonna be 153, 52, 3, 52, look at be 153, 33, gonna be 152, gonna be 153, 33, all in, all done, sold it to you, 152, right up there, 616, thank you, sir, James, thank you. What's the back tag, shorty? 242, 242, 2 months bred. Limflex, we're calling it a Limflex. Here we go. Hey, 2 months bred, a little bit, how about a $130? 130, 130, 130, 130, 30, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 88, 138, 139, 140, 140, 40, 40, 140, 140, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146 here, 147, 148 over 149, 149, 150, 151. 151, it'll be 152, 22, it'll be 151, it'll be 152, 22, gonna be 152, 153, 153, 154 here, it'll be 155, 5, gonna be 155, 54, gonna be 155. 155, 156, now 157, now 157, I'm going to be 156, you're going to be 157, 156 here, I'm going to be 157, 157, 56 here, you're going to be 157, 156, 157, 156, 157, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold it to you 156 your way on the 1455s, 14 by 55. And 344. In the ring, 344 in the ring here. Swindale cow, open cow, going to be 135, 135, 135, 136 here, 136 here, 135, and 6, 135, going to be 136 here, going to be 137, 138, 139 here, going to be 140, 141, going to be 42, 43, 44, 145, 6 here, going to be 147, going to be 148, 149, 99, 150 here, going to be 151, 152, 153, going to be 154, going to be 155, 56 here, going to be 157, going to be 158, 159, 99, 161, 162, going to be 133, 132, going to be 133, where 132, going to be 133, 33, 132, and 3, going to be 132, going to be 133, going to be 132, going to be 133, 132, 133, 133, 132, going to be 133, 33, 132, going to be 132, going to be 133, 132, 3, sold her 162, your way, 14 on 44, 14 on 44, thank you. Down to the last 10. Open cow. 140, 40, 135, 136, now 6, 135, 136, 137, 138, here, going to be 139, 140, now 140, 142, 143, 144, going to be 145, 46, here, going to be 147, going to be 148, 149, 150, now 150, 152, 153, going to be 154, 4, going to be 155, 56, here, going to be 157, 58, 59, 60, 61, 131, 131, yes sir. Now 162, 163, it's going to be 134, 135, 55, 136, you're going to be 137, 136, 7, 137, it's going to be 137, 7, it's going to be 136, it's going to be 137, 136, you're going to be 167, 167. Sold at 166, 14 on 22, 14 on 22. 208 in the ring, 208 in the ring. Okay, I got a little note on this one here. Originally from the Hovander farm. Originally from the Hovanders, never seen a bull. Guy bought it here, I think, 2 years ago. Here we go. Hey, 135, 136, going to be 137, going to be 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, going to be 143, going to be 144, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, now 51, 51, going to be 152, going to be 153, 52, 53, 52, going to be 153, going to be 152, going to be 153, going to be 154, going to be 155, 55, going to be 156, 157, 158. She's 57, going to be 158, going to be 158, going to be 189, going to be 160, 161, 162, 163, going to be 134, going to be 135, 136, 137, going to be 138, going to be 139, going to be 170 here, going to be 170, going to be 171, now 172, 173, 74, going to be 175, 55, going to be 176 here, 175, going to be 176 here, 175, 76 here, going to be 177, going to be 178, going to be 178 here, going to be 179, 179, 180, 181, 180, going to be 181, going to be 182, going to be 182, 181, going to be 182, and 183, going to be 184, 183, going to be 184, 183, 84, 84, going to be 184, 44, going to be 184, 83, going to be 184, 185, 185, 84, 85, 185, going to be 186 here, 185, going to be 186, 185, going to be 186 here, you got it, 187, 188, 188, going to be 188, 88, going to be 189 here, going to be 190 here, going to be 191, going to be 191, 191, 191, going to be 191, going to be 191, going to be 191, 191. You want to do that? Now 192, 192 Tacho, 193, it'll be 193, 392, it'll be 193 here, it'll be 193, 193, 190, it'll be 193, 333, it'll be 193, 193, 192, 93, 192, it'll be 193, 33, it'll be 193, it'll be 194, 4, it'll be 195, 5, it'll be 195, 195, 195, it'll be 195, 5, it'll be 196 here, it'll be 197, it'll be 197, 96, 7, 96, it'll be 197, 7, it'll be 196 here, it'll be 197, 7, going to be 197, 6 and 7, 6 and 7, 6 here, going to be 197, 196 here, going to be 197, we're going to be all in, all done, 196, 97, all in, all done. Sold at 196 right there. Put it on 612, 612, thank you. Oh, 642, I can't see, 642, there you go, yes sir, thank you for the correction. 264 in the ring here. Looks like an 8. Did I see an 8? Says 8 months here. It's a Chris Mo cow. 8 months bred here. 3,500. 3,500. 3,500. 35. Selling it by the head here. 3,000. 3,333. Now 3,000. 3,000 here. Going to be 3. Now 3. Thank you. Here we go. Now 31. 3,000. Going to be 3,100. Now 3,100. 31. Going to be 3,100. 31. Going to be 3,100. Going to be 4,100. 3,100, 32, 33, 33, 100, going to be 34, going to be 34, 44, 33, going to be 3,400, going to be 3,400, 3,400, there he is, 3,400, 35, 34, going to be 35, 5, going to be 35, going to be 36 here, going to be 36 here, 35 and a quarter, 35 and a quarter, sir, going to be 35, 25, 5, 5, going to be 35, 25, 35, 25, 35, 25, 35, 50, 35.50, 35.25, 35.50, gonna be 35.75, 35.75, 35.75, it'll be 3600, 3600 here, gonna be 36, now 36, 3600, it'll be 35.75, it'll be 3600, 3600 here, it'll be 3600, 3600, 3600. 36 here, gonna be 36, and gonna be 36.25, and gonna be 36.80, and 36.75, 36.75, 36.75, and got that, and gonna be 37 here, and gonna be 37, 36.75, 7, 36.75, and gonna be 3700, and gonna be 3700, 36.75, and 37, 37, 37. 37, 37, and then it's gonna be 37, 7, 7, it'll be 3700, gonna be 37, 37, 37, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold it to you, 36.75 right there. 100, put it on 100, thank you. 8 months bred, here's that one everybody wants to put on feed right here. 8 months bred. 374. 1500, 15, $1,500, 1500, 1500, 1500 right there. It'll be 16, it'll be 1600, it'll be 17, 17, 17, 16, 17, 16 up top, it'll be 1700, it'll be 16, it'll be 1700, 16, it'll be 1700, 16, 17, 16, 17, it'll be 1700, it'll be 16, it'll be 1700, 16, it'll be 1700, 16, 1700, 16. Dan, you're not sleeping on this one, are you? 16, 17, it'll be 1600, it'll be 17, 16, it'll be 17, 16, 17, 16, 17, all in, all done. Sold it to you, 1600, 636, 636, thank you. 8 months bred here. 375. She's bangs vaccinated already, ready to go. Beautiful red cow. Bred black. Bred to a black bull. Hey, she's worth 3. 3,000. It'll be 3. Now 3. Now 3. 3,000. 3. Now 3. You're gonna get a calf out of her real soon. 2,800. 2,800. 20. 28 here. 25. 5. Now 25. 2,500, 25, 25, 25, 25, thank you, 2,600, 26 here, 25, gonna be 26, 25, 26, 25, gonna be 2,600, she'll blend right into your place, Gary, 25, 6 where, 2,600, 25, gonna be 26 here, 25, gonna be 2,600, 25, gonna be 26 here, 25, gonna be 26, 25, gonna be 26, 25, 26, all in, all done, 2,500 right up there, put it on 636, 636, thank you. 207. Must be an open cow. Oh. This is a Sim Angus. This was a Frank Sim cow at one point in time. Last spring. Has not been with bull since. Here we go. 150 here. 51. 153, 154, 55, 56 here. Gonna be 157. Gonna be 158, 57. Gonna be 158, 158, 158. Gonna be 158, Let's see what she weighs. You bet. 158, gonna be 159, gonna be 130 here, gonna be 131, gonna be 132, 33, 34, 35, 35, 34, gonna be 135, 55, gonna be 134, gonna be 135, 34, gonna be 135, 55, 134, gonna be 135, 135, 135, gonna be 135, 55, gonna be 134, gonna be 135, 134, gonna be 135, 55, all in, all done. We're gonna be 164 over there, 14 on 32, you said, 32, 14 on 32. I see a 5 here. Another Chris Mo cow, 5 months bred. 5 months bred. How about 3,000? 3,000 here. 3. Now now 3, now 3, 25, 2500, 2500, 25, 25, thank you, 26 here, 2600, 27, 26 here, going to be 27, 28, 28, 29, 29, 28 here, going to be 29, 28, going to be 29, 99, 28, 29, 28 here, now 9, 20, it'll be 29, 20, it'll be 29, 100, 28, it'll be 29 here, 28, going to be 29. Pop up or wait, we will. 28 here, 29, 29, 29, 29, 29, 28, 29, 28, 75, 28, 75. All in, all done. Sold it to you at 28, 250 on 33. Is that going to work for you? 250 on cows. 2,800. Careful. 3 months. So let's see here. 265 in the ring. 265 in the ring. Yes, it's 3 months bred. Here we go. By the pound here. 135. 135. 135. Buck 30 here. 130. 125. 120. 120 here, 120, 120, 122 to hand, 122 and a half, 122 and a half, 120, 122 to hand, 125, 125, going to be 127 and 130, 132 and 135, 37 and a half. 140 here, it'll be 142 and it'll be 142 and a half, going to be 141, 142, 143, 44, it'll be 145, 46 here, going to be 145, going to be 146 here, 145, going to be 146, 145, going to be 146, 145, 6, 145, 6, 145, 6, all in, all done, 46, 147, 147, you bought it, 146, put it on, 646, you're upside down here, we got a good cow here, good cow here. What's the story here? 343, 8 months bred. How about that, fellas? Here we go. Ripping cow here. Hey, brockles don't. What do they call those things? Cockleburs don't bother her none here. 35. 3,500. Now 35. 35. 3,000 and go here. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 25. 6 here. 2,625. Going to be 26. 25. 26. Now 27. 27. It'll be 28 here. It'll be 29. Now 3. 3. Now 3. 3 here, it'll be 3, now 31, it'll be 31, it'll be 31, 3 here, going to be 31, 31, 32, 32, 33, it'll be 34, going to be 34, now 35 here, it'll be 36 here, it'll be 35, going to be 36 here, 35, going to be 36 here, it'll be 35, going to be 36 here, 35, going to be 36, 35, going to be 36, 35, going to be 36 here, 35, going to be 3600, 35, going to be 3600, 35 and 36, 35, I'll go 35 and a quarter if it helps here, it'll be 35, 25, it'll be 35, 25, 35, 25, 35, 20, it'll be 35, it'll be 35, 25, big cow, 35, it'll be 35, 25, 3,500 and 25, 3,500, 25. How about you guys? 35, it'll be 35, 25, 35, 25. Sold it to you, 3,500, 100, 3,500 and 100. Thank you. 329, 1 month bred. By the pound here, 135, 135, don't weigh a whole lot, 135, 135, 135, 20, it'll be 120, 20, it'll be 120, it'll be 110, $1 here, $1. Now 101. How about do 102 and a half, even better? 105. It's gonna be 107 and it's gonna be 110. Gonna be 112 and a half. Gonna be 115. 117 and a half. Gonna be 120. 122 and a half. 25. 122 and a half. 25. 27 and a half. 127 and a half. Gonna be 125 here. Gonna be 127 and a half. Gonna be 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. 25. Gonna be 127 and a half. 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. 27 and a half. 27 and a half. 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. Sold at 125 your way. Buyer number 645. Thank you, fellas. 645. That'll do her. Thank you. Thank you back there. Thanks for all your help here. Thanks everybody for coming in, and we will see you next month, March 14th. Next month. Next feeder sale.